Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good afternoon for some of you. Evening for the rest. Yeah. I'm not even awake. So we're just going to go ahead and jump right into this. I had a long weekend. So I was up fixing water pumps all night last night. Had to change out the baskets and change some bearings, and I'm not a mechanic of any type, but I mess things up pretty good when I try to be a mechanic. To say the least. All right, let's go ahead. Let's get right into this. We're going to jump right into my X feed to get this day started. Those of you just joining us, hello. Welcome. Not going to be a whole lot of rant to start this morning because I'm just not totally awake yet. So, yeah. All right, let's do this. Starting off with Script Keeper. I see it's a wonderful Saturday.
60 seconds and you have popcorn. I'm just going to pop them in today. Y'all be getting mad at me. In 1994, President Bill Clinton.
Okay, I guess I'm not going to play that one because if I can't hear it, then you can't. So we'll go ahead and jump to the next one. Here we go. Just check out this young jackass. I love these narratives. These are great. Oh, and let me kill this too, so that we get our videos running smoothly here. All right, here we go.
In the wilds of American politics, we encounter a remarkable tale of transformation. Our protagonist, a young idiotic bartender, embarks on an astonishing journey that takes her from behind the bar to the corrupt halls of Congress overnight. This young jackass, not known for her intellectual prowess, is driven by a fervent commitment to woke ideology. As she ascends into the halls of corruption, our young jackass is filled with idealism and vodka, determined to implement her idiotic ideas. However, the road ahead is fraught with challenges, and her extremely low intellect quickly becomes even more apparent. Her woke policies lead to chaos, and the area she represents becomes even more of a shithole. Illegal immigration surges, straining local resources. Poverty deepens, casting a shadow of despair over the community. Drugs and crime grip the region, leaving its residents regretting putting a bartender in charge of their city. It appears that our young jackass's lack of intellect and dumbass notions are screwing the very people she was supposed to serve. The story of this young jackass in Congress is a cautionary tale of putting a bartender in charge of more than making margaritas.
AOC, you should have stayed bartender. Yeah. All right, this lady's going to explain it to you. This is good. Pay close attention. You might pick up a couple of things that you missed in other presentations that we've done in regards to this. Take a listen.
To start with what law really is. Most of us think that we go into a courtroom and understand the difference between a court and a courtroom, that the people who purport to use law really use words of art to make you believe, in fact, that law is on the table when you walk into a courthouse or a courtroom, when in fact that's not true. And I would like to share with you tonight, regardless of your religious persuasion, what law really is. Law, and as Muslims would say, all law, is A-L-L space L-A-W, all law, all law. So for anyone who's of a Christian persuasion, don't be misled. And when you hear the term all law is God, all right? That is also what we would say in lawful terms, a misnomer. Allah is not God. God has no capacity and no standing to all law, because God means governmental ordinance departments. There is no comparison. Now, who can use law? Law can only be used by people who are in their sovereign capacity. And as I will share with you tonight, the majority of the people in the world, and I'm not going to get into all of the details about that, but the majority of the people in the world, 99% of them live in slavery today. So in 1863, via the Emancipation Proclamation, and I challenge you to go look in a law dictionary and look up the definition of emancipation and proclamation, and you will see that a proclamation is not a law. A proclamation is a public announcement by elected officials. It is not a law. So the Emancipation Proclamation of 1863 did not set any slaves free. What it did was standardize slavery, the United States being the model for the standardization of slavery, that all of the other nations around the world, as they reduced their people from their sovereign capacity and forced them to join nation states, then they were able to issue statute, codes, ordinances, resolutions on them. And a statute, as in a state statute of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, is not a law. It is corporate policy of the corporation that calls itself the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania Incorporated. All right. Now, a code is not a law. The United States codes, the code of the laws of the United States of America that are used in federal court and the Supreme Court, are not law. They are what they say they are. They are codes, ordinances, and resolutions of a municipality of the city of Philadelphia, which is a private nonprofit corporation that calls itself the city of Philadelphia. An ordinance and a resolution, as in parking ordinances, they are not law. They are what they say they are. They are ordinances and they are resolutions. All right. And the reason they are not law is because the only people who can issue law are people who are acting in their sovereign capacity. And the people who sit in these seats as elected officials are not, in fact, in their sovereign capacity. They are in a corporate ward status, meaning that they are wards of the state. They are members of the corporation, which is a nonprofit that calls itself the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And as long as they have a birth certificate on record with the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, with that birth certificate being a contract, a birth certificate is a contract. And as long as you have a contract with the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania Incorporated, you belong to them. And that's what slavery really is. All right? So who can use law? If you are a member of a corporate ward state, if you are a member of a corporate ward nation that calls itself the United States of America, you are a citizen. Look in the law dictionary and look up the definition of citizen. A citizen is not a sovereign. A resident is not a sovereign. Therefore, if you use an address, which is a fictitious number associated with a designation issued by a corporate ward, right? Then you become under the jurisdiction of those people who are also corporate wards, but who are also slaveholders. All right. So if you are operating in that capacity, law does not apply to you. If you are a resident of the city of Philadelphia, which is a private nonprofit corporation, and you say you are a resident of the city of Philadelphia, then the ordinances and the resolutions of that private nonprofit corporation apply to you. If you are a citizen of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania Incorporated, which is a private nonprofit corporation, then the statutes of that nonprofit corporation apply to you. If you are a citizen of the United States of America, which is a private nonprofit corporation, then the code of the laws, right, apply to you. But if you are a sovereign of the Moorish Empire, those ordinances, those resolutions, those codes, those statutes do not apply to you because you are not a member of the corporate ward state. It's as simple as that. And they understand the difference. This is why on their documents, they use words of art. They use the word label. They use the word person. They use the word address. All of these things that place you in their jurisdiction, and you unknowingly fill out forms every day. And every time you fill out a form, you enter into a contract. I don't care what kind of form it is. It's a contract. A driver's license application is a contract. A social security application is a contract. When you call up the telephone company and you make a verbal contract over the telephone, this is why they can bill you. When you sign a deed, it is a contract. When you fill out a voter registration form, it is a contract. Does everybody understand that? Don't ever think anything that you put your signature on becomes a contract. All right? Now, the fact that you are not in your sovereign status means that you make a contract as a minor. They don't care. They know you are a minor because, and to be other than a minor,
Hang on. It should pick back up here. Come on. Okay, I would have thought it would have picked back up. I guess they just made an 11-minute clip out of the beginning of that and never thought to finish it. Yeah, idiots. All right, here we go. Up next, let's see. Big Tech is working to censor illegal migrant gang activity. Carice Marie lives in Chicago and was responding on illegals forming gangs. They're on every street corner all through the hood. I told you all about what is going on in Chicago, and they took my video down. Let's see.
So I told y'all about what was going on in Chicago, and they took my video down. Why don't they want me talking about what's happening in the hoods across the country right now? They took my video down because I told you that they are forming gangs from these other countries across the hood in the US right now. They took my video down because I said my friends are calling me and telling me that something is going on and that they are on every street corner all through the hood. And on that video, people in New York, in Colorado, in Phoenix are all saying that the exact same thing is happening. Why don't they want us to talk about that? We better wake up and we better start talking to each other because it looks like they are using us and they are going to use this open border issue as a way for us all to go against one another. The video hasn't even been up a whole hour. It had almost 25,000 views, and they know that something stinks and we're hip to this shit.
Yeah. I think his new channel is called The New Dawn or something like that. Clay B. That's what you probably want to look for. I think it's called The New Dawn. I'm looking in the there's a whole bunch of The New Dawn though. So I don't know which one it would be. So you'd have to get somebody that's been to his new channel in there. So yeah. Okay, let's see. This should be headline news on every British and Irish legacy media channel. Between 300 to 400 children missing. 14-year-old is locked in a brothel. 60 migrant children disappeared after going into state care. Reported cases of sexual exploitation. This case has had files deleted and questions simply ignored. Remember, we still get news updates on Madeleine McCann, who was just one missing child from 17 years ago. At the heart of all the evil that grasps the world, there is a beyond evil, sinister story involving children whom are exploited at the behest of the elites. I'm going to back that up. I want to read these to you. Okay. 22 children went missing from state care in 1 month as Dale, spelled D-A-I-L. Here's a 14-year-old girl found locked in a brothel. The next one says, reports about welfare of children in state care. deleted amid GDPR concerns. And it's Roderick O'Gorman, Minister for Children, who's involved in this. 317 children missing as questions over sex abuse of kids in state care left unanswered. Yesterday, it was reported that there are currently 317 children aged 17 or under missing in the state. Shocking statistics, 300, and this is from the Sunday World. Shocking stats, 317 children currently missing in Ireland. Gardai, or Gardai, I'm not sure, reveal the youngsters are among a total of 834 people who are officially reported as missing. Over 60 migrant children missing after disappearing from state care, and this is put out by the Journal. Boys and girls who sought protection after fleeing war-torn countries vanished in Ireland since 2017. And here we go with the video part of this.
Roger, the answer, please. Where's the 23 children that went missing in January? It was brought up in the dog and then swept under the carpet 5 minutes later. Where are the 23 children missing, please?
Why did you delete the files, Roderick, of the children?
You deleted files.
You deleted all the files of the children. Why did you do that? Like, the Irish public have a right to know where the 22 children that went missing in January are. You're the Minister for Children, but yet you don't seem to want to put an investigation into this. Can you tell us why, please? Can you? Don't want to answer the public now. Well, can I ask you as well why there's so many unvetted migrants coming into the country, and now you're opening up places for thousands of migrants, but you can't do it for homeless people? The homeless Irish are dying and suffering on the streets, but you won't do anything for them. Nothing whatsoever. But you're sitting your cushy job and earning 100 odd grand a year. Probably more on your expenses and everything else that goes with it. But yet you still don't want to answer Irish people.
Yeah. So it's happening everywhere. You know, child exploitation, child trafficking. All right. Chanel Rion puts out, again, if you think the Ashley Biden story is about Biden's, you're missing the plot. Who at the DOJ and the Southern District of New York is getting paid to be the Biden family cleanup service? Why are you paying for this cleanup?
The Department of Injustice is playing cleanup for the Biden family of perverts, and you are paying for it. Case in point, on April 3, 2024, the DOJ asked a Southern District of New York judge to sentence a single mother of two, Amy Harris, to 10 months in prison for having found first daughter Ashley Biden's diary in a Florida halfway house. Immediately after this announcement, I noticed something strange. The news media dutifully parroted the DOJ's exact language from their press release describing the situation and labeling the woman who found the diary as the diary thief, describing it as a diary theft, referring to it as a stolen diary. To be clear, this is not a story about some perverted diary of another drug addict Biden family member. This is a much bigger and more disturbing trend. The DOJ and the Southern District of New York have this habit of going after the people who expose the crimes, not the people who commit them. When this story first broke in 2020, Amy Harris found the diary in what was described as a halfway house. Ashley Biden was in rehab in Palm Beach, Florida, and stayed at this house before moving to Philadelphia in 2020. Amy Harris, also out of rehab, moved in a few weeks later and found Ashley Biden's diary stashed between a mattress. The diary included Ashley Biden's explosive claims of taking showers with her dad, Joe. Ashley Biden would, like her half-brother Hunter, suffer with drug and sex addictions from her early and inappropriate familial relations. The diary was so disgusting, we hoped it was fake. We wouldn't be so lucky. Amy Harris sold this diary to the investigative team at Project Veritas. Ashley herself confirmed it was her diary.
There's a diary here. It starts in January. It says, January at the end of a New York month, I'm sitting on a bed at the I building.
Yeah, so if you could just give everything that you have to Eric, that would be really great.
I don't want to give this to the wrong person. I mean, I want to make sure
at this point, and I don't mean to. I don't want to have to get Secret Service involved in this, right? Because it's a whole process.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, I am Ashley Biden. It is my stuff.
Project Veritas never published the full diary. And while even the New York Times had to admit the diary was real, they failed to mention its deeply disturbing contents. They did, however, confirm the FBI was on the case. The Daily Mail next reported that the FBI wasn't investigating Amy Harris for theft at all. There was nothing illegal about finding the diary in a halfway house where Ashley left it. Nor did the FBI say Amy stole the diary. Rather, the FBI was investigating Amy Harris for selling the diary to the media. We find out later, Ashley Biden's lawyer called for the Southern District of New York to get involved. That same day, the Southern District of New York opened an investigation into the journalists at Project Veritas. Pre-dawn FBI raids on journalists followed. No Project Veritas journalist was charged with the crime. But all their devices were seized. The SDNY is the Biden's personal Gestapo. They're not even hiding it anymore. So now the DOJ wants you to think that Amy burgled the diary out of Ashley Biden's nightstand. The reality is Amy found Ashley Biden's diary in a halfway house, abandoned, like Hunter's laptop. That's not theft. So the DOJ had a PR problem. Either they needed to admit that Joe Biden was a pedophile, or the diary wasn't Ashley's. The DOJ did neither. No one at the DOJ, or in the media for that matter, are curious about the claims made in the journal. But the woman who exposed all of this, she goes to jail. And you pay for it. The diary confirms three things. Joe Biden is a pedophile who produces drug addicts for children. The DOJ will stretch the truth like taffy to protect the Biden name. And the DOJ is willing to throw anyone under the bus who exposes crimes against their dirty China doll politicians. This Ashley Biden diary story is yet another fine example of how the Southern District of New York and the DOJ are operating as the private legal defense firm of the Biden family. Why is the DOJ protecting the Bidens at our expense? For One American News, I'm Chanel Vion, and this is The Fine Point.
Well, thank you very much, young lady. You are definitely informative, no doubt about that. I'm going to avoid that one. Let's get into this one here. Trump administration equals the largest military level sting operation the world has ever seen. We caught them by surprise in 2016. The vote was protected, at least the King's swing states. You can't outvote algorithms. We caught them cheating. They have to return the diamonds. Remember what I said about the diamonds. Remember what I said about Clarence Thomas. Yeah. We'll see if that happens.
Got them by surprise in 2016, and they said, we're never going to let that happen again, and they cheated. And it's a shame that they're allowed to get away. And let's see whether or not they do get away, because I don't think they will get away with it.
Well, it's going to be interesting. I mean, when you rob the store of its diamonds, I always say Tiffany, and you rob Tiffany of its diamonds and you get caught, you're supposed to return them. So we caught them cheating. You're going to let somebody that cheated stay for 3 more years? I can't imagine it.
And they're going to get 3 more years. They rig an election, they're going to get another 3 more years.
What should happen is what the plan that we're on now, and I think a plan that's going to make people very, very happy, we'll be announcing sometime later.
No, it's not something I want to do. I want to look at what's happening, and then we're going to be doing something else. No, it's not something I would be interested in. And the vote counters were, there was great dishonesty. Look, it's been proven. Look at Wisconsin, what's going on. I think they may decertify their election.
Let it come back, and let it come back strong. We'll be bigger and better and stronger than ever before. Something's going to happen.
The election was rigged. They've undone some of it, not all of it. They'll never be able to do all of it because we'll be acting long before they can do all of it.
Yeah, I think that there's going to be something coming up here. Something coming up. This was kind of cool. Now, I remember Slow Country had a picture of a fire in the sky, but it was just flame up there in the clouds. Well, this one's kind of interesting that there's a freaking rainbow in the clouds.
Never seen that before? I'd never seen
What
that.
the hell?
Just as we got the pride blanket out.
That too? Yeah. Yeah. It's fucking weird.
It's for pride.
Double rainbow. That is amazing.
The gays are jumping out.
I've never seen that in my life.
Never seen that before? I'd never seen
What
that.
the?
Kind of strange, huh? Yeah. All right. This is good. This is one of your laughs for today.
From Mommy. This one's from Daddy. This one's from Joe Biden. This one's from Mommy. And this one's from Donald Trump. This one's from Joe Biden. Okay, this one's from Mommy. Good boy. From Mom.
That's one smart flipping dog. Don't take anything from a Biden. All right. One way or another, America will be transformed into a land of renters. New Illinois' extraordinary increases in property tax assessments, leaving the homeowners panicking that they won't be able to afford to stay in their homes.
The I-Team's the ABC 7 I-Team is looking into extraordinary increases in property tax assessments, leaving the homeowners panicking that they won't be able to afford to stay in their homes.
The I-Team's been reporting on this issue in recent years, and consumer investigator Jason Knowles has the latest tonight. Jason?
Rob Sherrill, the Cook County assessor, admitted that some South suburban homeowners were overassessed in our recent investigation. Now, more homeowners say they're also dealing with questionable assessments, which will turn into property tax hikes.
We're going to be out taxed from all of our homes.
In South suburban Lyons Township, Jamie Flaws, her husband, and many of their neighbors fear the end of their close-knit neighborhood. They're anxious that they may have to move because of property tax assessment spikes. Some face increases of nearly 650%. Residents say those assessment increases don't match the market values of their homes.
We probably won't be able to sell these homes because they're not even close to being worth what the assessment says.
Because of the new assessments, the Flaws property taxes will more than double from $7,000 a year to more than $16,000 a year.
It will destroy my kids' futures because all of our investment has been for 36 years in our home and land.
After losing their first appeal, the Flaws hired an independent appraiser who found the market value of their home to be half as much as what the Cook County Assessor's Office declared, $450,000 compared to the assessor's $878,000. Property assessments have jumped across Cook County's south side. The ABC 7 I-Team researched single-family residential homes in Lyons Township and found that the average increase since 2020 is more than 32%. Rich Township has the highest average increase over the last 3 years at 64%.
I'll probably move.
Tom Ahern was shocked when he saw that his land assessment increased 643%, nearly doubling his yearly tax bill from $10,000 to more than $18,000 a year. He says he's left with just one choice.
Sell the house, take my losses, and move on.
We contacted the Cook County Assessor Fritz Kagi about these two properties. His office replied admitting that they made an error when calculating land values, adding, "We have submitted a request for a correction to the Cook County Board of Review, which will determine whether to reduce the values of these properties before they certify property values in Lyons Township." The Flaws contacted the I-Team after seeing our investigation about huge tax assessment increases in unincorporated Rich Township near Tinley Park. Homeowner Lisa Markwitz is facing a jump of 210%.
Are you kidding me? Are we going to lose our house?
After questioning Kagi's office, the I-Team was told mistakes were made and many of the Rich Township homes would be reassessed, adding the land rate was too high for these homes and should be reduced.
The system is broken.
Back in Lyons Township, residents gathered to hear from their township assessor who advocates for accurate assessments.
There's a section of my community that has been wildly overassessed. We filed an appeal for each of these taxpayers.
Those appeals were unsuccessful, so the township assessor is trying again, this time with the help of the Cook County Board of Review, who gathered residents' signed paperwork.
There have been land assessments assigned to these properties randomly. They're not rooted in market value.
It's not that we have an issue with rising taxes. We don't know where they came up with these figures.
The Cook County assessor told the I-Team that market values are up and that they increased greatly in the south suburbs in the recent 2023 reassessment. The assessor adds that new estimates make up for what he calls breaks people received during COVID adjustments in 2020. Rob Sherrill, that isn't helping people tonight who are worried about staying in their homes. Those big bills, those property tax bills are going to start rolling in soon. That next installment this summer.
It's up quickly.
Yeah, very scary situation.
And the thing is when you purchase the land, you pay a tax then. You shouldn't be paying property tax for the rest of your life. All right. This is a cute one.
He's a good boy. Did you hear about the neighbor? She heard her dog's pregnant. She's going to have 9 puppies. You know anything about that, buddy? Boy, you okay?
I got to play that one again.
He's a good boy. Did you hear about the neighbor? She heard her dog's pregnant. She's going to have 9 puppies. You know anything about that, buddy? Boy, you okay? You He's a good boy.
So, Senator Marks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
It's, I used to live in Connecticut, and you guys didn't hear me read that. Sorry. Unreal. Connecticut State Senator Martha Marks, Democrat, says only using the term pregnant mother is going down a slippery slope because then we also have to include pregnant father. Yeah, this lady's, I don't know what kind of drugs she's taking, but by God, it's a lot better than the pot that I'm smoking. It's got to be.
So I am a mother. My children call me mother. They call me quite a few other things as well. And I just, to the proponents of this amendment, if we are going to be inclusive, would you also add then pregnant father, pregnant surrogate mother? I truly believe that pregnant person covers everybody. This is not about me. This bill is not about me. And this bill is not about any of us sitting here. This bill is about children with mental health. And that is what we have to remember. And we have to remember that the families.
And I want to point out to you guys, the 20th District, New London, Basra, East Lyme, Montville, Old Lyme, Old Saybrook, Salem, Waterford. I lived in most of these towns. Okay. And I can't believe this crap is going on there.
That this bill is addressing are made up of lots of different kinds of people, lots of different colors, lots of different identities. And I just ask that if you must add pregnant mother, that you be inclusive then. And I believe go down a slippery slope and add every other person that will show up with a baby in their womb and will not identify as you do. This is not about us. This is about children with mental illness. I will adamantly oppose this bill, and I hope that everybody really thinks about the children and families that this bill is affecting and not about what we think and my, as we sit here debating this bill. Thank you.
Girl, you need to get out of the senatorial work because you are nothing but a piece of crap. All right, SG Anon puts out newspaper published in the first week of March of 1970 correctly predicts the April 8th, 2024 solar eclipse to the day. Now I'm going to open this in a new tab so we can make it big. And you'll notice here that March 9th, 1970. And then in the article here, it goes down to say, give me a second. Let me get my glasses. Where are my glasses? There they are. Where is it? Okay. So, and a legion of scientists more than ever in history watched to add up all together to make this history's most viewed, most studied eclipse. It was the last major eclipse of this century. Scientists say the next one is predicted on April 8th of 2024. Crazy, huh? They knew all the way back then, huh? Well, isn't that something? Yep. Cat Turd says this is bullshit. Jack Lang, January 6th political prisoner. Tomorrow will be my 4th birthday inside the gulag without a trial. Held as a J6 political hostage by Biden regime, 26, 27, 28, 29 years old tomorrow. Laura Logan says political prisoner Jake Lamb was arrested on charges related to January 6th when he was 25 years old. He has now had his 26th, 27th, and his 28th birthday behind bars without trial. He has spent much of that time in solitary confinement, the most extreme punishment. Yeah. This is a good one here. Reminds us of the era that we grew up in.
All right. Should be good to go. Oh, thank you so much. You saved me so much money from going to the mechanic. You're a mechanic, a plumber, a carpenter, an electrician. How'd you learn all this stuff? Did you go to a bunch of trade schools?
Oh, no, I grew up poor, so the options were become self-sufficient or die. And here we are.
Pretty simple, huh? Yep. So currently, numerous firefighters and other emergency crews are responding to a massive fire located in Pueblo, Colorado. According to reports, the fire has broken out at an Evraz steel mill factory plant with heavy flames and thick black smoke visible. People inside the factory building have been evacuated as the fire grows out of control. With smoke visible for miles, law enforcement officers are urging people to avoid the area. This situation is still developing. Now, I don't know how much they've got that under control or anything. This is a report from yesterday. So, but I wanted to share it with you guys, knowing that we just really got control of our steel industry back when Trump went into office and American steel came back. You know. All right, Savage Daughter says, dude has been right about so much.
It's not just a normal solar eclipse, and even if it was, that would be bad news enough. Upon further investigation, I have far more confidence in the things that I have already said. Let me show you what I have found. 7.4 earthquake and several aftershocks hit Taiwan yesterday. 8 days after a total lunar eclipse hit the Pacific plate and the North American plate at the same time. For reference, the lunar eclipse covered this area right here over top of the divide between the Pacific and North American plates. The earthquake was over here in Taiwan, on the other side of the Pacific plate. Correlation does not equal causation. The title of this paper, published in 2019, The Combined Effects of the Gravitational Forces on the Tectonic Plates on Earth's Surface Exerted by the Moon, the Sun, and the Other Planets, are one of the main reasons of the earthquakes. This article, published in 2023, the moon's pull is so strong it may trigger earthquakes on Earth. Scientists are still baffled by its power. This article, published in 2016, moon's pull can trigger big earthquakes. Big earthquakes, such as the ones that devastated Chile in 2010 and Japan in 2011, are more likely to occur during full and new moons, the 2 times each month when tidal stresses are highest. There's no shortage. The sun and moon are linked to earthquakes along the San Andreas Fault from 2016. Let me nerd out a little bit. Hold on. A total solar eclipse requires a new moon, and when they are lined up, so is their gravitational pull on the Earth's surface. A total lunar eclipse requires a full moon, and the sun and the moon are pulling against each other. Now, hold on a minute. That full moon, full lunar eclipse that we just had covers the same exact area as that total solar eclipse we're about to have on April 8th. And the moon has already caused an earthquake. This is the annular ring of fire eclipse we had last year. During an annular eclipse, you get a ring of fire because the moon is too small to totally cover the sun. This is the total eclipse we had in 2017. This is the total eclipse we're about to have on April 8th. Now, back on the 20th of March, I said, so that the new moon of a solar eclipse is like a barge passing under a bridge and hitting one of the supports. Now, I said there might be 2,000 cars pass over that bridge before it collapses. But 6 days later, we saw that if a cargo ship hits a bridge support, it might collapse immediately. But then a few days later, a barge hit a bridge support, and we see that it only damaged it. Yes, I understand. It was very strange that I said that, and then days later, it happened twice. What can I say? Listen and watch. Once again, I say, I cannot predict that the April 8th solar eclipse will cause the New Madrid fault zone to pop off, or that it'll pop off so hard that that hidden fault line will become apparent, or that the Pacific plate will slip under the North American plate, causing the topography to fall, because those two plates colliding is what caused the mountain ranges to form there to begin with, and when it slips under, it'll release that tension. It's that easy. Y'all think the topography is fixed? How do you think it got that way? I cannot say that this is going to happen anytime soon after April 8th, only that it absolutely looks inevitable at some point in the future. I mean, just look at this map real quick, though. Then look at that for a moment. And now look at this map of past eclipses and the paths that they make on the face of the Earth constantly. And now let's put them on a flat Earth map just to see that that is the start of a geometric pattern like unto... I want to be clear, a geometric pattern of gravitational and magnetic paths that the sun and moon take above the face of the Earth, such as this one that the Earth and Venus make in 8 complete orbits. And hold on one second, it doesn't matter if the Earth is orbiting the sun or the sun is orbiting the Earth, this is the pattern. And this is what that's going to look like here. And I'm sorry, flat earthers, there is no flat Earth animation that I can find of this right here, but it doesn't matter anyway. If you look underneath the animation, you see the Earth and Venus in 8 orbits. You see Mars and Venus in 7 orbits beside it. And to the right of that is Saturn and Jupiter in 7 orbits. Underneath, that's Uranus and Saturn in 7 orbits. You can see these patterns that are made here. This is sacred geometry, but it's much more than that. Now, these intricate dances that the celestial bodies and the Earth and the sun and the moon all participate in with the stars are not just patterns of movement. They are patterns of movement involving forces like gravity and magnetism, or whatever you prefer to call them. I don't care at this point. These are all just labels we put in our own little understandings of stuff and how it works. Is relativity wrong, chock full of errors? Yeah, of course it is. Einstein was a dirt monkey. His brain was made of dirt. But we do the best we can here with what we have to work with. But science says the forces of the planets and the sun and the moon affect the Earth. We know that the stars do also. Muons and neutrinos, I mean, from the stars, bombarding the Earth by the billions and billions and billions every moment of every day, all the time. Don't be surprised if Mario jumps a level. Neutrino hit the switches and turned a 1 to a 0, and he just jumped level in an apparent glitch. It's recorded. Go look it up. It is no coincidence that our technology is based on this 369, as told by Nikola Tesla. This sacred geometry can be seen on every level because it is intricate to how the universe itself functions on every level. Forces and gravity and magnetism and such, if you need it mundane. It's not mundane. These are celestial heavenly bodies. The Bible says the sun rules over the day and the moon and the stars rule over the night and divide the light from the darkness. And that means more than you think it does. And it really does show on every level. Look at how that one resembles that solar eclipse map we were just getting started on. The only reason this is not a complete and super impressive geometric pattern right here is because it's too small of a span of time in the recordings. You put enough time and recordings in here and it's a full thing. The sun and the moon, the lunar and the solar eclipses would make a pattern just like this if they were fully recorded. It's just that their pattern traces out over a much longer period of time. This one's just not done yet. It really is just Russian nesting dolls on every level. these patterns, this sacred geometry. This is how reality itself functions everywhere, all the time. It looks like a chaotic mess on this map because this is a globe map that's been flattened out, not to actually represent how it really looks. You can't get a real good look at how this would actually play out in a pattern on a flat version of a globe map. But just imagine that these are like pin strokes of somebody contouring the earth with all of these movements, shaping the face of the earth. That's what the sun and the moon are doing here, shaping the face of the earth, literally what's causing the movement in the tectonic plates to begin with, causing the tides, causing the weather systems. And it's not even a mystery, and it's not hard to see at all. They have to know this. Somebody has to know about this all. It's not remotely far-fetched. The ancient mystery schools knew all about this. This is how it lines up with Orion's belt. And if we just turn the clock back until this star is dead center in this pyramid, we can tell you exactly when they were built. Among many things, the pyramids are also a timestamp. We have the star charts, just dial them back. Now, we are absolutely, and without a doubt, there is no argument against it, talking about forces and frequencies. And if you zoom into those, you find more forces and frequencies. From classical physics to the quantum physics, it's all forces and frequencies. Reality itself being a projection on every level of, can you guess, forces and frequencies? The idea that ancient sacred sites are built on places of power or energized sites, giving rise to the idea of ley lines, as if there is some sort of grid of power, and that the ancient sacred sites are laid on this grid, or these energized sites. The idea of which is more than plausible, seems rather likely, considering that the Large Hadron Collider at CERN is located in the same place as an ancient temple of Apollos, the seat of Satan, as the Bible calls it. Makes more sense now why they have a Lord Shiva idol out front. Destruction, rebirth, and cycles. And this, boys and girls, is ancient mystery school occultism realized in the modern world. This is the religion of the pre-flood world. Opening portals and such, yeah, they're trying to call the angels down from heaven again, literally. But they're still learning how. They're primitive in their efforts. You can see how it has progressed through the years, and this one is the future plan. They want to figure out what really makes reality tick, you know? Because the fellas funding all this are always so benevolent with their findings, like nuclear bombs. Needed those, right? Are they doing the devil's work? Yeah, and it doesn't even have to be supernatural. The things that they're going to make with their own hands are going to be evil enough. Anyway, they're firing this thing up on April 8th, the same day as the solar eclipse, for a reason. And I mean, it's an occult ritual. That's why they always have those occult rituals right before they fire it up and such. This is ancient mystery school technology. Now, we're talking about the United States of America because these 3 solar eclipses happened right here. Now take a look at this recent earthquakes map. Now look at this recent earthquakes map, knowing that the sun and the moon are doing this. I cannot say when the Pacific plate is going to slip under the North American plate and flatten out topography. I cannot say when the North American plate is going to split in half. I can say without a doubt something just like this is what will cause it, though. I can't say how many cycles it'll take. I can only say this looks like the inevitable outcome to me, according to the science. And I know the earthquake in Taiwan was caused by that full moon total lunar eclipse. We'll see.
All right. Well, maybe I shouldn't have bought that building a couple of years ago. Maybe I should have bought a boat. Yeah. Earthquake of 1811. The rest of the story. Paul Harvey.
Now, the rest of the story. It was the most powerful earthquake ever recorded on that continent, one of the most violent and prolonged in human memory. The first shock struck at 2 o'clock in the morning of December 16. As the land heaved, there was a sound as a distant thunder, eerie lightning-like flashes burst into the black sky. Dense sulfurous vapor rising from the earth smothered the dawn, plunging the day into impenetrable night, and the shock waves rolled on. When the infernal mist lifted, it revealed a hellscape theretofore unimaginable. For hundreds of miles around, the earth roared and rolled in great waves like a breeze-swept wheat field. Huge forests crashed to the ground. Great fissures yawned before those who would flee, making chasms so broad no horse could jump them. Nearby waters reversed their currents, then surged forward again in mountainous tidal waves. Boats were swallowed. Entire islands disappeared. New islands emerged. Inland, gigantic lakes vanished as their beds rose into the air, and thousands of acres of dry wasteland became swampland in seconds. All day, the earth vomited sand and white quartz, leaving spectral white mountains in the wake. Rivers changed their courses as topography in all directions was transformed beyond recognition. The quake was felt over 1,000 miles away, where clocks stopped and church bells tolled and windows rattled and chimneys toppled. And the awesome event had only begun. For more than a year afterward, earthquakes continued in the region. And then state-of-the-art seismographs registered 1,874 shocks during the first 3 months alone. 8 of those shocks were classified as violent. 3 of them would have produced, listen to this, 8 to 10 on the Richter scale. But this was more than a century before there was a Richter scale. For the 3 successive super earthquakes, which I have just described, occurred December 16, 1811, and the following January 23, and the following February 7. Had they happened today, where they happened then, the result would have been an unimaginable Holocaust. And yet, because there were so few in the region in those days, this nation soon forgot the most spectacular seismic occurrence in all American history. San Francisco? Oh, no. No, these quakes were far greater than the San Francisco shockwaves of 1906. The earthquakes of which you've just learned stopped clocks in Charleston, South Carolina, and set church bells tolling in Richmond, Virginia, and rattled windows in Washington, D.C., and toppled chimneys in Cincinnati, Ohio. They were felt over millions of square miles, awakened people as far away as Boston and Quebec City. They turned their epicenter inside out and turned the Mississippi River into a raging sea. And they began, these quakes, they originated only a few miles from what is now St. Louis, Missouri. St. Louis, Missouri. And now you know the rest of the story.
Yeah, Paul Harvey, a man of great wisdom. Did a lot of good things. All right, this is a long one, but I think well worth it. This is Trey Smith, 2024 Eclipse, a Space Force project. Here we go.
And if we see right here where it's got the trajectory of the spacecraft for Space Force, and I zoom in on this little logo and the point where it actually crosses on the logo, and then I put the April 8th eclipse on the screen on this side over here. So this is where the actual eclipse crossing would happen for the 2017 and the 2024 coming up in a couple of days. The actual crossing spot of that, it nearly matches absolutely identically with the Space Command logo. So I've titled this video Eclipse, a Space Force project, and I actually wanted to look at a few logos that have coincidental matchings with the 2024 eclipse and other oddities. To be fair, there are numerous Space Force and Space Command logos, but this indeed does appear to be one of them. Right here, this image that I have behind me, this is commonly called the Seal of Satan. You'll find this thing all over the place on a lot of different occult websites, this Seal of Satan. Now, here are your science depictions, this one here coming from NASA, on how an eclipse works. I'd like you to just notice how the charting of the lines on this science display for how an eclipse works is nearly absolutely identical to a seal of Satan, a popular seal of Satan, one of the most popular seals of Satan found on Luciferian or occult websites. And actually, the eclipses themselves, and we've got 3 of them on the back screen right here. Here are the major ones. This is the 2017 eclipse coming this way, and here is the 2024 eclipse coming up on April 8th. It looks very similar to the seal of Satan as well. Now, on the flip side of all of that, it quite simply looks like it makes a configuration that's very much like the Hebrew symbols, the ancient Hebrew symbols of the Aleph and the Tav. So right here in the Aleph, of course, would be the first letter of the Hebrew alphabet. So like God said, I am the beginning and the end, the Aleph and the Tav. So the Aleph would be this symbol here that's going like this, looking a little bit like an A, only it would be configured sideways if it were an Aleph. And these 2 paths here, they make the symbol of what would be an ancient Tav. The ancient Tav is the last letter of the Hebrew alphabet. It's actually a symbol of a cross. It means sign or mark. And in fact, in Genesis 1:14, God said that he made the heavenly bodies above. This would most certainly include the sun and the moon for signs and for seasons. And that's what we're coming up on. Now, this sign happens on April 8th. 8 is a number of, 8 would be the ancient symbol of the het. It's also where we get the infinity symbol from. It's a symbol of new beginnings. So just like there were 8 people on Noah's Ark, the symbol of the het, it means new beginnings. It would be Nisan the 1st on the Hebrew calendar, the ancient Hebrew calendar. Again, the start of a new beginning is what it would be. And I'd like to point out, so in this image here, making a cross of the United States, perhaps for those against America, it might, for them, in occult belief sets or Luciferian occult belief sets, they might believe it's time for America to end now, and that this X right here marks a time for America to go bye-bye. From a Christian belief set, it might mark a time that the Lord is putting his cross, the Aleph and the Tav, the beginning and the end, the sign of his cross over this United States. Many state that America is like Babylon. Stated that myself in a lot of videos. Let me clarify some things here. This land was founded by godly people. And the prayers that they had for this nation, the Lord put an incredible blessing on this land called the United States. I do not believe that he has changed his mind, nor has he forgotten the prayers of all of those people that laid their lives on the highest altars of sacrifice for this United States. Now, side by side with that, just like the parable of the wheat and the tares, that they both grow up together, you've had a lot of occult that has also grown up side by side in this land that the Lord had an enormous blessing on. But we're coming up on an eclipse, a very unusual set, the conclusion of a very unusual set of eclipses that makes this Tav across the United States. And I'd like to talk a little about what I think that might mean. And just to throw out there for you, I think you have some heavy judgments coming, but that these are to shake you, actually in quite a literal sense. I believe so in some of the prophecies that a man named Kim Clement gave in the time period coming up where there would be some heavy changes in the United States, and you would see prosper and you would see a shaking out of darkness. There would actually be volcanoes, one in specific that would be very heavy. And I would like to note the paths of these eclipses. I do not believe, I don't know if there will be anything that happens specifically on that date. But I think you're coming into a time frame where you are going to have a volcano and earthquakes according to prophecies and according to, well, let's look at some of the other signs that are affiliated with this configuration that we have on the screen behind me. Now, if I draw us back for just a moment, back to our occult symbolism here that looks very similar to our sciencey symbolism right here, I think you've got a lot of occult stuff going on that makes its way in, and that extends to include whether people intend it or not. But speaking of sciencey and eclipses, here is the WEF, or better known as the World Economic Forum logo. I'd like you to notice that it actually makes an eclipse right here. And in the midst of that eclipse, Bonnie had pointed out that you have three 3 of the O's, 1, 2, 3. They sort of make 6s in this configuration. Now they meet up in Davos, Switzerland is where they meet at. Very similar in location to where you have another quasi or claimed sciencey organization that goes by the name CERN. It's got a logo, very much not only looks like a set of eclipses coming together, but also looks like a set of exactly 3 6s, just like NASA is planning to fire 3 rockets straight up at the eclipse. Now, CERN has been contacted by many of the fact check sheets, or they're miles long, talking about how CERN has stated it's not doing anything during the eclipse, and more than this, to even suggest they're opening portals to the pit of hell. It's funny that they even have to respond to these things. A claimed science organization is putting forth responses stating that they are not opening a portal to the pit of hell, but in fact they deny fully that they're opening a portal to the pit of hell. So I would note that in this video. That's their claim. Now, out front, CERN, you don't have a lot of sciencey symbols like one might expect, maybe a DNA strand or a model of the universe. But instead, we have here, standing inside of this eclipse-looking circle, we have the goddess Shiva, who is the god Shiva, who is the destroyer, who you could liken to Apollyon in the book of Revelation. In fact, many do. I'd like to show you just a few images of the gravity of what I'm talking about here. When they did a reopening for work at the CERN and their tunneling projects there in Switzerland, they put on a ceremony that was, well, we have people behind that are they're half naked and they're in a zombie. It's men and women in basically their underpants, and they appear to be in a zombie-like state. Then following this, we're going to have come forth the legends of Krampus, the Norse folklore. He comes forth for the children at night, the children that Santa finds naughty. And of course, Santa is really a prefiguring. So a Santa is you mix the letters around and you've got Satan, but it's a throwback to Nimrod. When you look at Krampus, he's coming to take the children away. It's a very sadistic type of imagery, and in truth, this goes all the way back. This little Sumerian Akkadian idol that I have in my hand. On the Epic of Gilgamesh, you've of course got Gilgamesh, and his friend is Enkidu, who's pictured right here, who's part man, part beast, just like Krampus is. And Enkidu literally means, Enkidu means Enki created, the god Enki created. The fact that this is the sort of thing that the positions of power behind the scenes are funding in every instance, and this isn't just a little bit of funding. This is like, when you talk about currency, you're talking about a current of sheer money that's just flowing, funding any one of these projects. What are they really doing? And the source behind things, even going back hundreds of years, goes back to dark castles, royalty, which means they're above the rules, funding these secret societies that are kind of the front organizations for them. And then in front of that, the narrative or advertising you get, the marketing in front of the monster for whatever the monster needs next. And I would argue that the ancient monster hasn't changed, going all the way back even to the days of Nimrod himself. Here's Krampus holding a little girl by the hair. He's chained. He's got his tongue out, which of course is a throwback. Gilgamesh and Enkidu. Enkidu has always got his private part erect. He's coming forth to grab the temple prostitutes. Here's Krampus here. If we come over to our Baphomet, now the Baphomet is both male and female. There's a lot of transgender things that are being pitched. He's got these serpents coming up from between the legs. Krampus, the Baphomet, going all the way back to Enkidu and the Tower of Babel. I would argue they're all one and the same thing. And here, of course, on the back screen, I've got imagery of Azazel. This actually comes out of the Dictionary Infernal. And what it states here, this comes from 1863, this drawing that I've got here of Azazel, the goat demon. The whole earth has been corrupted. This comes from the book of Enoch. The whole earth has been corrupted through the works that were taught by Azazel. To him ascribe all sin. What are we worshiping and trying to open doors for?
The Large Hadron Collider will reopen today after 3 years of being shut down for improvements.
CERN has made headlines yet again. The renowned Laboratory for Particle Physics has announced a rather unprecedented discovery.
Scientists at the CERN Nuclear Research Center in Switzerland have succeeded today in producing record-breaking high-energy particle collisions
Made by their Large Hadron Collider that may likely cause a shift in our understanding of the universe. Scientists have reported that these anomalous readings could signal the existence of extraterrestrial life in a parallel universe.
Or option B is the entire thing just a giant overglorified Ouija board with a logo comprised of 3 distinct sixes, and talking to spirits from the other side and opening gateways is what we've been trying to do actually the entire time. Yet they don't put science symbols like a DNA strand or particles out front of it. No, instead they have Shiva out front. Here's seen behind me the actual symbolism that they have at the entrance to CERN. Now, Shiva in Hinduism is the supreme being, is the destroyer god, is what Shiva is, which many liken to passages out of Revelation 9, where a star that has fallen from heaven is given the keys to the bottomless pit. And when the bottomless pit is opened and smoke comes forth like a furnace from this bottomless pit, these demon locusts come out. Now, in passage 9:11, Revelation 9:11, these locusts have a king above them, who is Apollyon, or the destroyer, just as Shiva is the destroyer. So these are specifically because normal locusts do not have a king over them. These things that come forth that are described as demonic entities coming forth from a demonic bottomless pit are described as having an ancient king, an ancient fallen star, fallen angel king over them. I'd like to take a look at a few bullets that I've made about this particular eclipse that we have coming on April 8th of 2024. That's a number of high authority, is the number 24. So many elders are around the throne of God in the book of Revelation. It's a number of high authority, a number of breaking the bondage of chains, breaking free from something. And 8 is a number of new beginning. And this would, of course, happen on Nisan the 1st, which on an ancient Hebrew calendar would put you be the first, it'd be the beginning of a new year, just like an eclipse is a circle. On our pre-flood book, it has an eclipse on the cover when we talk about pre-flood and a lot of these things. In Genesis 1:14, you're talking about the heavenly bodies are for signs and for seasons. That's what they're put there for. And that's what this is. It's a sign that is coming. So number 1 on these bullet points, it's going through 7 towns or close to 7 towns with the name Nineveh. I'd like to highlight that for a second in the United States. Now, only 2 of these 7 Ninevehs are in the path of totality of the eclipse. I find this is important as well, as 5 is actually a number of grays. So it goes through directly over in totality 2 of them, but 5, the number of grays. They're kind of on the side of it. That's the number 2 I've got on there. Now, number 3 that I've got on this page, it goes through a town called Rapture. Rapture is the only town named that in the United States, and it is in the totality's path. Now, rapture, and this is a very debatable topic within Christianity, but the concept of rapture, I'd like to point out to you that the idea of rapture is that you have a time of tribulation that you're
Mr. Sciatica, you see this? Give me a second here, guys. I want to check something. And yes, I'm live on X. Yep, we're on there. There's broadcast right there. So you're just not finding it, brother. Yep. Okay, back to it. Sorry.
salvaged or you're saved from. There are three heavy things that, just like the three rockets that NASA is firing, the 666 on many of that appears to be on many of these logos. Well, even the 666 or these triplicates, these threes, just like God is triune, that you have three parts. You have three things that are heavy that I think that are coming. One, I think, are weather issues. Number two, you're in the stages of war, and these two things could be connected. So some of these weather issues or volcanoes or specifically earthquakes, there are prophecies that state that in this time that you're coming in, you're going to have major earthquakes in the United States.
The strongest earthquake in 140 years, John. Look at all of that. And it's not over yet because we've got the eclipse earthquake coming up on Monday. As Deborah Ross was telling us, it's going to be a transformative experience for anybody who is in the area of totality.
There's some interesting gaffes that are being shared quite a lot. And in fact, there was a news reporter on Fox News that actually had the earthquake from yesterday, the 6th, and he overlaid it with the path of the eclipse. Here behind me is an image we're going to look at more in just a second of where you have this New Madrid fault line where the X crosses or the X marks the spot. I'm more concerned about the days following or the time frame that is following this enormous set of signs, this eclipse in the sky, that you are in fact going to have earthquakes, substantial weather and earth-shaking, ground-shaking events. This is just prophetically what's spoken of in the time frame that's coming on the road ahead. Now, speaking of Ninevehs, we also have a Jonah in here. Jonah, Texas, the only town named Jonah in the United States, and it's in totality's path. Number 4, Jonah. Now, the story of Jonah, you've got too many Ninevehs and Jonah in the heart of it to ignore the messaging to that. So in the story of Jonah, Jonah did not want to go to the people of Nineveh and asked them to repent. He tried. That's how he ended up in the belly of the great fish. Is that he was actually he felt like those people deserved the judgment that was coming. He felt like they actually deserved the judgment that is coming. And I've actually felt that way in my spirit quite a lot about America. That I felt like, and that's what a lot of other nations that are against you. I think that very often here in the United States, we forget how many nations are against us. I read commonly in articles that weapons that could cause either earthquakes or volcanoes or other things or forest fires, wildfires are conspiracies. I read this all the time from the mainstream, the legacy medias. It's been my personal experience just in friendships and relationships, some of the military contractors that I have, that's common knowledge in those fields. And not only is that common knowledge that the United States has weapons that can do these things or worse than you can imagine, but more than that we have foreign adversaries. Specifically in my mind, I'm thinking about China, because there will be a nation that is going to come very suddenly on this United States, according to prophecies given by Kim Clement. And some of these weather things that are coming, I'm not sure if they're natural. I'm not sure if the Lord is sending them, or if some of them are actually that you are at war right now on a lot of fronts of the globe. And it would be foolish to believe that you are not in a quasi kind of confusing war here in the United States. Just yesterday, we had an earthquake that was a 4.8. The date of the eclipse is 4.8. 4.8. You had a 4.8 earthquake yesterday, which hit in New Jersey. And it also had its center point was on one of Trump's golf courses, which I find interesting. The town of Jonah did not want to go to the people of Nineveh and tell them to repent. But he finally did go. And the people of Nineveh changed their hearts, and they repented, and the Lord spared them. Now, speaking of an image of a cross that would be on the United States, because that's one of the images. So on the day of the cross, there was an earthquake that shook the ground, and it ripped the cloth where the Ark of the Covenant was kept. Is what it did from top to bottom. As in 2017, that's another interesting number right there. 1 and a 7. That also makes 8, but 17 in 2017. So you've had a window of time between these 2 points. That was the year that Donald Trump went into office. And you've had unusual fights in your nation. And you've had all sorts of things that are very, very strange, including the COVID pandemic that came. That have come since that time, almost like both a physical and a spiritual war against you. During that COVID lockdown, you were asked to stand specifically 6 feet apart. I have entire videos. I would really recommend on the issue of earthquakes and the issue of the pandemic and these other things that you go look at some of our videos like Deep State. There are a lot of very odd things, very odd symbolic things and prophetic things that happen through the haze of these events. In the course of all of this, I do not believe you're at the end times. I believe that your best days for this nation are ahead. And I believe that this sign is quite simply a part of that. But also you've had prophecies on your nation. And your nation is not as Babylonian as people surmise or think. There's an echelon of that's going on, like a cream that's floating on the top. But the hearts of this nation, the base and foundation and core of this United States, is a set of people that really wants to know and love the Lord. And they want peace and they want prosperity for themselves and their families. And I believe that the Lord has heard their cry and that there's going to be a shaking on this land. That's what I believe. There will be 7 cities. That right there is an interesting number named Salem in totality's path. The same as in 2017. So this is being emphasized to you twice. Now, Salem, of course, is where you get the word Jerusalem. A lot of the focus that is coming in the future also will be on Israel. We're commanded that there's a lot of people that are speaking in the Christian community against Israel. And they'll talk about fake Jews, and they'll talk about fake this, fake that. They're doing this, they're doing that. Okay, well, when you are praying for Israel, you're not praying for a fake set of people or a Luciferian set of people. You're praying for God's people. And God's people are Israel, and also it's the body of believers. It's a body of believers, but we're called to pray for Israel. And I would ask you to do that. I would ask you to consider my words heavily and do that. Number six, that would be the Vav in Hebrew. The eclipse is set to take place on April 8th, 2024. That's the number of new beginnings, the 8, on the Western Gregorian calendar. On the Hebrew calendar, the eclipse will usher in the biblical New Year on Nisan the 1st. Now, I'd like to come over here and I'd like to take a look at this graphic here. And I know it's a little fuzzy. I didn't actually make this graphic, so thank you to whoever did. I found it online, but it's got the path. What they're pointing out here are these fault lines, specifically this New Madrid fault line right here. Now, the New Madrid earthquake happened this was a series of earthquakes, apparently, that happened in 1811 through 1812. And these were mammoth earthquakes. These were 7.2 and 8.2. I'm very doubtful that this is by coincidence. And this is where that New Madrid fault line is right there, where these 2 lines cross, these 2 of the major eclipses cross. It has rested on my spirit for a lot of years. I've not known really how to couch it well, that you all have issues with weather that are coming. And I believe a lot of that, I mean, in both a physical sense and a spiritual sense, it's sort of man-made, whether it's the Lord allowing it to happen or whether it's people that have done things to the environment that, not to the environment, they're deliberately using weapons of war against you. that are causing earthquakes. In those prophecies, it says the nations of the earth are standing waiting for the earth to shake. That means they're waiting for it. That means they know that it's coming. And this is a way of fighting you where it's very confusing what's happening. And I think you're entering a range of time that will be some of the heaviest and most unusual years in American history. I believe that in the end of them that you are going to take enormous victories. But I think through the course of them, a lot of people are going to become very, very afraid, and a lot of stuff that's coming. And they're going to look for hope in people that have hope and people that have the Lord. And there could also be a lot of very, very sad moments on the days ahead. But I'd like you to have hope in the fact that I do not believe that you're at the end. I believe that you actually are at the beginning of some new things for this nation, where you are going to have your best years in this nation ahead. Now, the last of all of these that I'd like to point out is a town or an area called Little Egypt, which is about right here where the cross is made on this top, this sign, this mark. So in the dead center of it, you have this area that just commonly goes by the name Little Egypt. Egypt is a symbol, biblically speaking, of bondage, breaking the chains of bondage. Many have described this time period that you're in, where this symbol, what I believe this symbol actually marks, is a time period where you're going to be walking out of bondage. Now, when the Hebrews walked out of the 10 plagues that happened in Egypt, you've been going through some time frames of some plagues. And those plagues included actual plagues, but they also included the ground shaking, literally the earth itself giving notice to Pharaoh, a situation of light versus dark, which is what I think you are specifically in this time frame, a struggle between light and dark. And Little Egypt being at the heart of this cross right here, well, Egypt is a symbol. The Exodus story is a symbol of deliverance from bondage. Here on the screen behind me, this is actual CGI imagery of the waters parting that will be in our new Exodus that we are putting forth at God in a Nutshell, and hope to have it up in this year of 2024. We did the first part of the Exodus, which was, of course, the rise of Joseph. I believe it's an incredible film. And this second one, when you see our waters parting, I think this came out very incredibly. We have a variety of films over at God in a Nutshell. I want to thank all of you that are partners at God in a Nutshell. I think we have a lot of films over there that you will really enjoy watching. But I also strongly believe it's the Lord doing these things, making these signs. And that there are three distinct things. I got them incorrect earlier in this presentation. They are, the first one of them is weather events, a ground shaking earthquakes that are coming. The second of these are that you have war on the horizon. Sort of strange kind of war is what I think you're walking through the mix of. And that could be tied in with some of the weather events, maybe not all, but some of the weather events is what I'm putting forward to you. And the third one is you're even getting warnings about this eclipse coming, about terrorism being at those events. Or at those gatherings where people are going to look at the eclipse. I'm less concerned about the day of the eclipse, although things may happen that day. Then I am worried about the actual time frame for a while that will be coming after this eclipse. I think it is marking a time where the Lord can't emphasize it enough, is going to shake specifically the United States, but the entirety of the world is what I believe is coming. And a lot of focus on the horizon will be put to all those cities of Salem that this eclipse is passing through, both the first time and the second time. That's like a double portion. You're going to have a lot of focus on Israel on the coming horizon. That's what I believe that this sign marks. But then in the end of it, that you will have deliverance, and it will be absolutely clear that it is the Lord that's doing it. I'm Trey Smith of God in a Nutshell. I'd like to thank the men and women of Space Force. I found their logo, or one of their logos, interesting enough to present in this film. I'd like to also give a special thanks to all of the men and women of law enforcement of every possible type in this United States, and of all of our armed forces. Once again, I am Trey Smith of God in a Nutshell. I think we have wealths of other films that are equally as good, if not better, than the presentation that you just watched. I hope you enjoy The Eclipse on April 8th. And God bless, that's a number of new beginnings. That's what I believe you're walking into. God bless every last one of you and your families on the other side of the screen.
All right. Trey Smith, God in a Nutshell. Moving on to our next. Here we go.
Need to understand. I worked 24 years in the Border Patrol. I have Social Security. You're a working man. You're pouring into Social Security. You got truckers, 30 years, construction workers, nurses, stockbrokers, whatever. When I bring in my illegal alien grandma that's never worked a day in her life, you know that she gets the maximum Social Security benefit payout? What? So she'll get more money than me? For our grandmas and grandpas that are living paycheck to paycheck, illegal alien grandma from Sudan and Mexico, wherever, she gets more money than the person that's worked their whole life.
I mean, this is infuriating.
And here's another sick thing that you need to understand.
Yep. They're stealing from us. So Cat Turd says Trump just violated the gag order and declares the corrupt activist hack judge to be put him in jail. This is fire. Page 3. This is from Donald Trump. Now we have Merchant, who is not allowing me to talk, thereby violating the law and the Constitution all at once. It is so bad that he is trying to get away with. How was he even chosen for this case? I heard he fought like hell to get it, and all of the rest of them also. If this partisan hack wants to put me in the clink for speaking the open and obvious truth, I will gladly become a modern-day Nelson Mandela. It will be my great honor. We have to save our country from these political operatives masquerading as prosecutors and judges, and I am willing to sacrifice my freedom for that worthy cause. We are a failing nation, but on November 5th, we will become a great nation again. Make America great again. Yeah, that's what's going on. So this person sitting on a plane, imagine seeing this. Breaking, a Boeing 737 Southwest Airlines had to make an emergency landing after parts of the engine cowling detaches. Currently, emergency crews and authorities are on the scene after a Boeing 737-800 Southwest Airlines flight, so on and so forth. Here we go.
Let's go ahead and declare an emergency for Southwest 3695. And we'd like an immediate return. We got a piece of the engine cowling hanging off, apparently. Southwest 3695, roger that. Turn left heading 190, clear to Denver via radar vector. Left turn heading 190, Southwest 3695.
There's the rest of it.
That's why it took it so long to turn around. I don't want that to happen.
Let's go ahead and declare an emergency.
Yeah, let's go ahead and declare an emergency. Yeah, you bet your ass you better. All right. This is a part of that interview I showed yesterday.
America is one of the most corrupt countries. Look at this guy, President Biden, biggest criminal I've ever seen. He's terrible, man. The reason I know that is I'm a capitalist. Biden is a communist. So in 2020, Biden gets elected. He beats my friend Donald Trump, very good friend of mine. They're capitalists. But the communists and the socialists and the crooks hate him. I'm an oil guy. I own oil wells like Mr. Tata. The rich own commodities. There was a pipeline running from Canada to the Gulf of Mexico. Biden cut that off. What does that mean? I was selling oil in those days for $30 a barrel, went to $130 a barrel. That's dollars. I knew exactly what Biden was doing. He was going to destroy the middle class. So there'd be two classes of people, rich and everybody else poor. So Biden is one of these guys here. And this man here is a capitalist. It's very bad in America, but they don't tell you that. America.
Yep. They don't tell you that. You got to discover it on your own. All right, Auntie Coulette.
You know me. If nobody else is going to say it, Auntie will. Oh, but first things first, Tiki Talk. I'm just kidding. This is all for entertainment purposes only. I got new boots. I do. They're cute. They're Uggs. New boot goofing. Just goofing around. Everything here is speculation. Let's go. If New York City getting hit by a 4.8 earthquake today isn't a sign, I don't know what is, guys. 4.8, 4.8, I don't know, April 8th eclipse. And the Statue of Liberty getting hit by lightning yesterday, struck by lightning. Because, I mean, guys, come on now. I did a video earlier, and we all do know the truth. The Statue of Liberty is not what they've told us she is. She is not a she at all. In fact, it is quite frankly a he, Apollyon, Satan himself. If these are not warnings and messages from God that Babylon, oh, that's right, New York City, that Babylon itself is getting every single sign known to man under revelation that something big is coming, guys. I don't know how anything or anyone could say it any clearer. New York City does not get hit by earthquakes often, and to suddenly be struck with a 4.8 earthquake the day after the statue of Apollyon, Satan, the Statue of Liberty gets struck by lightning. Guys, it is happening. The signs could not be clearer. It is time to repent, turn from sin, and give your life to Yeshua and Yahweh before it's too late. Honestly, at this point, Yeshua could come back at any time. The temple is being built, the third temple in November. The red heifer is being sacrificed. It is happening. It's almost go time, baby. Yes, this is not a drill. This is what we've trained for, people. Yeah. Hang on to your britches, guys, because it's about to get real. And if you have Christ in your life, you're not worried one single bit. But if you don't, that's a whole nother story, my friend. But in my opinion, a 4.8 earthquake striking New York City, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania today, 3 states, I don't know, like the Holy Trinity. If you can't see that that is a sign about the 4.8 eclipse, I don't know what to tell you. Get right with the Lord, guys. He's coming home. Yeah. I love you so much. Babylon, my friends, is about to fall.
All right. We got another one by her we're going to play too. So Script Keeper says multiple Trumps, golf course Trump, younger Trump, time traveling Trump. I'd say the real Trump is cozy. Just saying. Just staying fully insulated.
They make more money than the drug companies. In all fairness, at least the drug companies have to produce a product, and it has to be a good product. But the middlemen, well, the rebate that I'm doing cuts out the middlemen and it reduces costs, and the money goes back to the people purchasing the drugs. So I have a lot of enemies out there. This may be the last time you'll see me for a while. A lot of very, very rich enemies, but they are not happy with what I'm doing. But
And we kind of knew about that because of the fact that, he's been dealing with some stuff, huh? You think? Just a little bit, maybe, All right, let's keep moving along here. I'm not going to go into that one, but we are going to go into this one. This guy's from Tennessee. A little something for you.
So I just found out something really interesting. So most of you know what CERN is, right? And how they're going to turn on CERN during the solar eclipse on Monday. And of course, the overall objective of CERN, and the director openly admits that they are trying to open up other dimensions, other portals. Well, what I didn't know is that we have several CERNs right here in the United States. There's actually one in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. And the other interesting thing is that all of a sudden, a lot of the people that live in that town that actually work at the CERN are actually leaving town. They're leaving town this weekend. They won't be there for the solar eclipse. I just watched a video of a lady that lives in that town, and she's really freaked out because everyone is leaving. Now, of course, I haven't done a lot of research on this, but it was enough information for me to say, what is really going on? So if any of you guys can find out something, let's put our heads together and figure out what all these smaller CERNs are doing here in the United States. And why is everyone leaving? I mean, I don't think I'm by myself when I say all of this is getting stranger and stranger. closer it gets to this celestial event. Y'all be safe out there.
So I live in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Obviously, we all know that's where CERN is at. But my question is why is everybody packing up and leaving? You know, we only have a couple of days before this eclipse happens, but everybody in my town is leaving. And aren't they turning CERN on Monday? And aren't the people leaving work for that company? Because I live in the town where everybody works for Y12. I'm a little nervous in my town. My neighbors have left. My other neighbors left. Abandoned their house, basically. Vacation. But both work at Y12 and are leaving? Question. What the fuck's going on?
Welcome, everyone. I'm Spiro. Thanks for tuning in. We've been hearing a lot about the upcoming solar eclipse on Monday, April the 8th, and many people have a lot of questions, myself included. Like, for example, is it really that big of a deal, or is it just another eclipse? Or should we be concerned or worried at all about this? Others may ask, is there something else going on that we should know about? Because many argue that there sure seems to be a lot of synchronicities coinciding with this particular celestial event. And at the end of the day, the big question is, what can we expect? And does it impact you, if at all? Well, I couldn't think of a better guest to discuss all of this and more than Richard C. Hoagland, who is joining me now. Richard, thank you for taking the time to be my guest today.
Oh, it's a pleasure.
Now, Richard, before we dive into a range of topics, everything from the eclipse itself, all the way to what CERN is up to, the red heifer sacrifice, what NASA is doing, what the occult is up to, plus lots of other cosmic events taking place at the same time, and asking whether or not these events are related or have any significance at all, which is a lot to unpack. But before we begin, would you kindly brief us with your resume and background, sir?
Oh, good grief. I sent you a big resume yesterday. You didn't look at it.
Yes, sir, I did, actually. I'll do it right here. I just thought that nobody knows it better than you. So, but Richard C. Hoagland.
I hate talking about myself. It's so boring. I'd much rather get to talking about what I'm here for, because I have limited time. And this eclipse is like none other because we now know the moon is not what we thought it was. We now know from the images sent back by the first U.S. mission to successfully land on the moon in 52 years since the Apollo 17 mission, unmanned mission called Odysseus. It has sent back stunning color images, overwhelming repeatedly, hundreds now that have been published, showing this incredible artificial ancient ET lunar glass dome completely covering the moon. I mean, haven't you ever wondered, isn't it really amazing that we live on a planet where the satellite, the moon, just covers the sun, so we see this incredible spectacle of the corona? I mean, hasn't it crossed your mind that that's really kind of weird?
So, Richard, just for the guests who...
You're not answering the question.
Well, I'd like to preface by, pointing out your bio, since I didn't read it, and I apologize for that. You are, a former NASA consultant. You were the Walter Cronkite's science advisor during the Apollo missions to the moon. So you've been around for a long time. You're a scientist, a broadcaster, an author, and much, much more. So what you're saying right now is you believe that there's, within images that we're going to show right here, that there is a glass dome or a dome around the entire satellite of the moon, of Earth's moon.
Spiro, I don't believe it. We have absolute, definitive, compelling, overwhelming scientific proof with this last mission. So when you look at the eclipse on Monday, this is going to run what, Saturday?
Yes, sir.
Okay, when you look at the eclipse on Monday, and if you're outside the path of totality, get a plane ticket. The eclipse is only 4 minutes. It's the most important 4 minutes, as you'll hear, of your life. You can fly in, fly out. Don't need to get a hotel. Don't need to get a cab. You can literally stand at the airport and see the eclipse if you're in the path and Google NASA's map, which shows which cities are in the path of 4 minutes of totality. Trying to compare a total eclipse to anything other than is like trying to describe the description of having sex with the real thing. There is no comparison. And no number of words will tell anybody. If you haven't got one chance in your life to see this thing, go see it, because the next one here is not till 20 years. Now, why is this one so incredibly different than any other eclipse humankind in the last thousands of years have looked at? Because now we have on Earth tonight a absolute compelling scientific set of data showing the moon is not what we used to think it was even 3 weeks ago. Somebody built stunning stuff in a shell, like wrapping the moon in saran wrap. That's about the relative thickness of the glass of the dome compared to the size of the moon. But it's incredibly eroded. It's not the same density all over. That's why we could safely land, because the dome has almost disappeared totally over the side of the moon that looks at us, the so-called Earth side. The poles, which is why we have these stunning new pictures, because that's where the new mission went for the first time, landing a U.S. spacecraft at the South Lunar Pole. And the glass over the South Lunar Pole is so much better preserved. There's a physics reason for that, by the way. And they were able to get down through the holes safely, look up, and take this stunning series of pictures. And all I have done is share, I think, 8 graphics based on these images. There are hundreds. And you just have to go to the official websites, either NASA for the Odysseus mission, because they're a major partner. $108 million of scientific experiments were carried by Odysseus, built by a private company in Houston called Intuitive Machines. So it's a private public partnership. And of course, I think that's what's been arranged, because at some point, NASA, the government, has to acknowledge what's really there, because it changes absolutely everything, including geopolitics, energy, communications, what we're doing in this existence, this life, who came before us, why we have legends of gods when it could be incredibly advanced, super advanced ET civilizations, why the solar system looks the way it does. Why do we have an eclipse? Because obviously now, based on the mathematics, when the solar system was redesigned, let me repeat that. When the solar system, by incredibly advanced, ancient, sapient extraterrestrials, was redesigned to obviously provide a nursery for consciousness, for intelligence, for us, part of the landscape they built in was putting us on the one habitable planet now, Earth, which has a moon of the right size, right distance. So every spring and fall, give or take, somewhere on the planet, you will have a total eclipse of the sun, which, if you look really closely, will show you the dome. It's that brilliant ring around the moon when the corona is almost invisible, in a special image taken by the European Observatory Group back in an eclipse in 1999, and the bright ring around what would be the moon is in fact a polarized image of the glass, because polarized light and glass interact in a very specific way. So polarized light can be used to see where glass is or where it's not. Remember how you use polarized sunglasses when you're driving west in the late afternoon and you're seeing all the bugs on your windshield. You put on a pair of Polaroids and it cuts out the glare, the reflection from the glass. Well, if you rotate the Polaroid 90 degrees, it will show you the glass. And this is what we want with the moon. I want all the hundreds of thousands of people who are in the path of totality taking pictures of the moon with their cell phone, which won't come out at all, by the way. You got to have a telescope, you got to have a telephoto lens to get the moon big enough so you see the moon and corona. But that's a separate thing. We're going to talk about that for 3 hours tonight on The Other Side of Midnight. So if you want to find out how to photograph this eclipse and how to go down in history by being one of the few that actually photographed the dome from Earth, then join us on The Other Side of Midnight at 9 o'clock Pacific on Saturday night. So, did I answer your question?
Well, I mean, there was a lot said there. So essentially what you're saying, so you're
I
saying
have 40 years of research behind what I'm saying. We didn't start doing this yesterday. Our science, our confirmation, our data, the evidence from official sources, it all converges. The fact that NASA's not telling you this, and I, a former NASA consultant, am telling you this, simply shows you that they have a political agenda to keep you from knowing, and we have the opposite agenda.
And so NASA released these images on their official website, but haven't addressed them, and nobody else in the media.
No. Now, what's really cool is that I happen to know the head of the experiment in Hawaii, the so-called International Lunar Observatory camera, one of two cameras that this nonprofit based in Hawaii, looking at a permanent observatory on the moon, they put two cameras on this new mission and they took photos and they've released the photos, and the photos show the stunning artificial ET architecture, and the head of the institution, International Lunar Observatory, based in Hawaii, you can Google.
Okay, I'm going to stop this here because I'm not going to believe anybody from NASA. I'm sorry. I just can't. I can't. I tried. I was trying to listen to them, but I can't. It's just knowing everything that we know, everything that we've learned. It's just yeah, I just can't. Whiplash put this out again. I don't know.
You guys out there think this is a joke? There is no more Federal Reserve note on the U.S. debt clock. It is now the U.S. Treasury dollar. QFS is in place. Let me show you. This is essentially the bill. This is on Congress.gov. I'm going to show you guys. This is HR 6227. Look it up. This bill directs the president to implement a national quantum initiative program. Amongst all things, establish the goals and priorities for a plan to accelerate the development of quantum information science and technology applications. Quantum information science and the use of laws. Quantum physics for storage, transmission, manipulation, or measurement of information. What does this all mean? Let me put it in layman's terms. Basically, what it means is the monetary debt system is going to put an end to the financial slavery and control over the populace. The QFS is an advanced financial system launched to eradicate monopoly on a monetary system for that purpose. The system comprised of artificial intelligence and complex computer programs fully backed by banks as needed. Quantum financial system would be a breakthrough in the world of banking, which will lead to a new era of banking. QFS will not be influenced by government policies, rather be entirely backed by tangible assets like gold, platinum, silver, and will not be based upon mere piece of paper, which has no evidentiary value. National Quantum Initiative Act. Here it is, right on Congress.gov, HR 6227, National Quantum Initiative Act. You guys go on QFS Live, you can read all these articles. These articles are really important. You can see, like, talking about the BRICS common currency, BRICS to create further payment mechanisms, precious metals as moving forward, etc. I don't tell you guys this to scare you, but the quantum financial system is in effect. It's already in effect. It's going through. The banks are shutting down. Silicon Valley Bank started it. Now the dominoes are going to fall. 187 banks are said to be wiped out. They don't have the assets. They don't have the gold. When you go and you put in your money in, they don't have the gold to back your money. So what they're doing is they're taking out loans from other bigger banks, and these bigger banks cannot loan them the money because they don't have the actual gold or the silver or the platinum. There's no monetary value that are backing cash. Cash is going to be gone. Cash is not king anymore, guys. It's going to be digital assets. And to be exact, these are some of those digital assets. You got XRP Ripple, XLM Stellar, Zenfin. You have IOTA. You have Algorand. You have gold. You have silver. I say this so you guys are prepared. Quantum financial system is in effect. Nasera Jacera. Go on QFS.live. Go on Congress.org. Trust me, this is in effect. You're not going to be able to get your money out of the banks. Silicon Valley started it. That bank fell. It started the domino effect. Dominoes are following. All the other banks are going to follow. Get ready for the digital dollar.
We'll see.
State Department would normally do when a country like Brazil would attack a U.S. multinational tech company. So I don't see this Brazil censorship situation as being a Brazil situation. I see this being the U.S. State Department. I see this being the U.S. foreign policy establishment. I see this being the U.S. blob operating through Brazil as a proxy and supporting behind the scenes what Brazil is doing with the censorship actions that are now forcing X out of the country. So let me break down what I mean here. So the blob fears populism. Okay, the U.S. foreign policy establishment fears the rise of domestic populist groups in the U.S. and around the world, in NATO countries and in BRICS countries, like Brazil, BRICS. So here's what's happening here. A couple of years ago, I wrote a report, which I was very shocked to discover at the time. Well, I should say I was shocked at the extent of it, but basically it turned out that when I was looking into what was behind censorship in Brazil, it turned out that what was driving it appeared to be a gaggle of U.S. State Department funded NGOs, and not just State Department funded NGOs, but they were actually National Endowment for Democracy funded as well. You had USAID and the National Endowment for Democracy funding a bunch of domestic censorship groups in Brazil. This actually goes right back to the beginning of Bolsonaro's tenure in 2019. In June 2019, the Atlantic Council convened a meeting about what to do about the rise of disinformation in Brazil that was pro-Bolsonaro in nature. And the Atlantic Council's panel, called Election Watch in June 2019, bemoaned the fact that in Brazil, people were paying more attention to their own friends, family, and clergy than they were to institutions, global institutions, such as the Atlantic Council, which is a CIA pass-through. It has 7 CIA directors on its board. It's annually funded every year by the Pentagon, the State Department, and the National Endowment for Democracy, which is a CIA cutout. Now, in addition to that, a bunch of these university centers in Brazil and civil society groups get National Endowment for Democracy funding. That is a CIA pass-through. So this is the CIA and State Department and USAID directly funding, in June 2019, the censorship apparatus in Brazil against pro-Bolsonaro groups. See, in 2019, social media was already censored in Brazil. Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube censorship in Brazil hit them really hard, the same way that it did in the US. So Bolsonaro supporters switched to WhatsApp and Telegram to spread their messaging because they were basically kicked off of Facebook. This is why one of the biggest audiences for Gab, one of the first free speech sort of alternative platform attempts, was the Brazilian population in 2018, 2019, because they were hit with that first wave of censorship hard. So what the Atlantic Council and a bunch of these other National Endowment for Democracy funded CIA proxies did is they then descended on WhatsApp and Telegram. And they promoted these little organs, these little activists, these little proxies within Brazil to put pressure on the Brazilian government to take out WhatsApp and Telegram, until WhatsApp and Telegram also censored populist supporters, right-wing populist nationalist Bolsonaro supporters. And so that led to WhatsApp putting caps on the amount of messages that could be forwarded. And it led to them basically shutting down the ability to approximate the size of a Facebook group. They vastly reduced the amount of people who could populate a single group in order to basically balkanize pro-Bolsonaro speech. And then when Telegram refused to censor misinformation, they actually shut down Telegram in the country until it bent the knee to the government. So when it came out by The Intercept a couple years later, The Intercept reported this last year. They were surprised. They said, it turns out that the State Department and the CIA directly intervened in Brazil's election, the Lula election, in order to stop Bolsonaro supporters from being able to challenge the election results or challenge the issues around mail-in ballots. This is the CIA, the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, and the State Department deploying your taxpayer dollars in order to censor Brazilians talking about their own election because they wanted Bolsonaro to lose. Now, it gets a lot darker here too, because remember, if they were censoring, pro-Biden speech well, actually, one more thing. So again, Bolsonaro was like Trump of the tropics. That's the way that he was touted. The blob, the foreign policy establishment, feared a new non-aligned movement, which was the scourge of our blob during the Cold War in the form of all these populist countries. Bolsonaro was part of this wing along with Orban and a bunch of right-wing populist groups in Europe, and he was insufficiently anti-Russia on a number of things. I can get to that another time. But essentially, here's what would normally happen if a foreign country like Brazil did what it just did. And you can think of it as if Brazil was choosing to censor pro-Biden neoliberal groups in Brazil, this is what would happen as well. So the first thing that would happen is the State Department would come rushing in, because the State Department is sort of the head of that trifecta there, with the State Department, DOD, and CIA. That's our foreign policy establishment. So the first thing is the State Department would send a delegation and say, hey, Brazil, you are reliant on us for trade in these three respects. We have, you're reliant on us for funding of your civil society in these respects. You're reliant on us for security guarantees in certain respects. You depend on us for some of this, supply chain infrastructure. Hey, if you want to keep that, then you're going to rescind this law that you just passed, or this ruling that just came down from your Supreme Court that's hurting a U.S. national champion operating in your area. This is what the State Department would do for Microsoft, for Apple, and for Facebook, by the way, because this gets to another issue here around favors in the favor bank. Okay. One of the reasons that tech companies do favors to the federal government, everyone's like, why did Facebook give in? Because Zuckerberg did not want to do the censorship that Facebook ultimately ended up doing. He's not a diehard, ideologue on the censorship issue. In fact, he complained in 2019 about censorship going too far, and then he bent the knee. And, because Facebook is an example where Facebook doesn't rely on the government for a lot of government contracts in the same way that Amazon and Apple and Microsoft do. But they are reliant on the government to protect them. They are reliant on the State Department to negotiate on their behalf, on the State Department to pressure foreign countries to make sure that alternative Facebooks don't rise, or that the data laws in that country don't negatively impact Facebook, or that the advertising laws, you name it. And so, in this case, we just passed sanctions on Iran last summer for Iran engaging in government censorship of civilian groups. That is, we banned multiple private companies in Iran. We put sanctions on the Iranian government, kicking them off of the US dollar, these folks, for engaging in censorship in Iran. Now, of course, this was because the CIA was backing these proxy groups during this Green Revolution to try to overthrow the government. And so when Iran pushed back on the CIA-backed groups, then suddenly sanctions. The U.S. State Department here is not going to threaten sanctions on Iran for this. I'm sorry, sanctions on Brazil on this. The U.S. State Department is not going to send a delegation to Brazil and say, hey, if you want to benefit from America as a trade partner, if you want us to continue doing favors for you, you're going to shut down this new situation with hurting U.S. national champions in the form of Twitter/X in Brazil. But that's not going to happen here. And that's not going to happen here because the State Department is behind it, okay? I would not be surprised if the State Department has had these back. I know this came from a Supreme Court ruling in Brazil, but I can almost guarantee you, if the House Foreign Affairs Committee launches an investigation on this and goes to the Western Hemisphere, that's the regional desk that's going to cover Brazil, and looks at their communications with the Brazilian government, you're going to find that disinformation it's going to be chock full there, and it's all going to be targeted at the right-wing populist groups that they call a pipeline from Bolsonaro to Trumpism. And you can actually go to the FFO article that I wrote on this 2 years ago, and you can watch the playthrough videos, which I embedded in the report, which showed U.S. aid and NED, that's CIA-backed professors in Brazil, talking about how by shutting down these pro-Bolsonaro groups, it will shut down support for Trumpism. Well, ain't that great for the Biden administration? They're spending your tax dollars to promote censorship in a foreign country to take out a U.S. national champion.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. Yeah. Wonder what's up with that, you know? All right, moving on.
Can anyone explain to me how I have 2 degrees? I have 2 degrees. Oh, and a certificate. A little extra, right? I have a certificate. May not be a master's, but it's something extra along with the 2 degrees, you know? I'm trying to apply for jobs right now, and the thing is that the only person I have responding to me is a man from a tech company saying, "Hey, you want to answer some customer service problems? You want to answer some customer service calls?" No, Bart, I don't want to answer your calls. No offense, but I'm a little more qualified than just to be sitting around answering your customer service calls, Bart. Okay, I'm sorry, but Bart is the only one who's responding to me. So what am I supposed to do? And I'm looking down at these, and I'm looking at them, and I'm kind of wondering. I'm like, what was this for again? Oh, I don't know. Beats me. Can anyone explain to me how I have 2 degrees? I have 2 degrees. Oh, and a certificate. A little extra, right? I have a certificate.
Oh boy, kids today, they just don't get it, do they? They just don't get it. They want it all laid out in front of them and given to them and all that good stuff. So this is Tucker Carlson opened up for Kid Rock yesterday. Let's see. I don't know what the volume's like going to be on this.
Ago, and he said, and I think he likes my house because you can smoke in my house. But he said, you should come and open for me on my summer tour. And I said, well, I'm honored, of course, but I don't play an instrument. Actually, I'm an unemployed talk show host, so what would I do at your show? And he said, and I'm quoting now, "You will figure it out, and you will like it." So that was 2 months ago, and I woke up this morning and I thought, I got to go to Gonzales, Louisiana. And, oh yeah, and open up for Kid Rock. What am I going to say? And I had no idea until I got here. And you know what changed my mind? I woke up this morning, and maybe you have this experience. I woke up this morning and I went on the internet. Familiar? No. And I read all these stories and I thought to myself, this is the most depressing thing that's happened to me in a long time. This country is fucked up. That's what I thought. I did think that. Which is a sad thing to think when you're in bed. And I looked over at my wife and my 4 dogs and I thought, woo, I feel depressed. And then I got here and I walked through the crowd and I thought, no, it's not. The country they tell me about on the internet is fucked up. The country that I experience when I walk through this crowd or when I wake up in my town of 100 people in a rural area is a beautiful country. Filled with beautiful people. I'm standing here and I look out and I see the structure. I don't know if you can see it. It's a lighting rig, but it's got a familiar shape to it. A shape I like. And I said, I want to go see the cross. So I walked out to the cross, and as I'm walking out, this chick gets right in my face. She's got 2 nose rings, a cross necklace, and a Trump bracelet. And she looks me right in the face, and she goes, ah! And she said, I love you. And I said, I love you too. And I meant it. And I thought, that's the America that I know. Little weird, slightly crazy, full of love, and beautiful. And that describes the man I'm here to introduce. Yes, it does. If you could take one person out of this nation of 350 million people and present it to the rest of the world and say, what's a real American look like? I would say that American would be both disobedient but decent. That American would both give you the finger and burst out laughing at the same time. That's right. These 2 men have a lot in common. Well, I have the feeling that your wish will be granted. But enough of me talking. It is time to celebrate. Now, I know that many of you are not from Gonzales, which has a population I checked of 12,000 people. There are more than twice that number here. So you came long distances, and you spent quite a bit of your money to get here. But it was worth it. Because can you put a price on living free in the last free country? So let me tell you, my fellow Americans, what we've got. All gathered here tonight of free people, united by our love of country and under God. And in the name of that country and that God, we're here to celebrate a party that will not stop. And so, as I know you can, please be as noisy and disobedient as possible for Kid Fucking Rock.
All right, so we're not going to catch any copyright stuff on this. So, but yeah, it was pretty good. All right, the only sugar mill in Texas is officially closed. The end of the agricultural era. The owner tried saving the business by reaching out to the State Department and our representatives in Washington, D.C. We've basically gotten nowhere.
The mill has about 90 growers. It's a co-op, and I'm one of the growers. I'm Tudor Yulehorn. I'm chairman of the board of Rio Grande Valley Sugar Growers. We have been the only sugarcane mill since 1974. This was our 51st season that we just completed, which will be our last. Normally, this warehouse would still be full of sugar, but as you can see, it's completely empty, and we've shipped all the sugar. That's the last of the Rio Grande Valley sugar that there will be. If Mexico had delivered the water like they're supposed to, we wouldn't be standing here today. I'd be raising sugar cane, and the mill would be operating normally. We've done everything we could, working with the International Boundary and Water Commission and the State Department and our representatives in Washington, D.C. to try to push this issue, and we've basically gotten nowhere. The mill has about...
Yeah, real shame. Companies that have been in business for generations disappearing. Trump is a master of telling you what's going on right to your face. Mar-a-Lago is a secure place, and you have Secret Service here because of the president. This is not an accident or even a Freudian slip. He has done it way too many times.
Yeah.
And those boxes were used. Did you look at those boxes?
I saw
Those
the Zappos
boxes look
box.
like
I
they
saw
were used on a daily basis.
the busted up Zappos box in which he kept top secret
Absolutely.
information.
I mean, you look at that. It was really. But you look at that as a double standard. You take a look. This is not justice, and they let him off the hook. And I did nothing wrong because I come under the Presidential Records Act. I did absolutely nothing wrong. Plus, Mar-a-Lago's a secure place. And you have Secret Service here because I'm president, and when I'm not president, I have a lot of Secret Service here, and all of the other things.
Yeah.
And those boxes were used. Did you look at those boxes?
I saw the Zappos box. I saw the
daily basis.
The busted up Zappos box in which he kept top secret information.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at that. It was really. But you look at that as a double standard. You take a look. This is not justice, and they let him off the hook. And I did nothing wrong because I come under the Presidential Records Act. I did absolutely nothing wrong. Plus, Mar-a-Lago's a secure place, and you have Secret Service here because I'm president, and when I'm not president, I have a lot of Secret Service here.
Yeah, kind of funny how that works out, right? All right, let's see. Earthquake forecast.
That the East Coast and West Coast has been hit as expected. It took the full 7 days for it to go down, or 8 days. 7 to 8 days for this all to happen. But now that it's happened, new forecast is due, and it looks like the United States is going to take the next step up over on the West Coast, in the Midwest, and possibly on the East Coast for next week. So next week, it looks like we're going to get hit again on the East Coast, but this time it's going to be in a different spot. So the next round that's coming into the East Coast will most likely be in the Southeast. So down by South Carolina, North Carolina, I'll just go ahead and issue the forecast for it now. Next week, we are going to be seeing a new round of mid-range to upper fours, maybe even 5, strike in a rare location down in South Carolina, going right at the North Carolina border. They'll be caught off guard by it. Everybody will freak out. But there it is. We're going to get hit again. The West Coast is going to get hit again, too, and it's going to be bigger than where it was last week. We'll probably go into the 6th level. By the time this is all said and done, by the end of this week, we're going to be talking about 6.0 level activity on the West Coast of the United States. Hopefully, it'll stay out in the ocean. I've got to get a new forecast together and get that recorded and get it out to the world. I don't have it together yet. I'm just telling you my preliminaries now as I'm looking at things. How many people are in here right now? Surely there's a million people in here.
Yeah. Nick LVR says Good Line Films presents April 8th, The Truth is Stranger Than Fiction. Let me make a banner for this real quick. I forgot I still had Trey Smith up there. Let's see. Are we going to watch this? It's only 12 minutes long. And he kills me with the music. Okay, if this is just going to be music all the way through this, then I'm going to have to.
New York's Board of Supervisors has preemptively declared a state of emergency ahead of Monday's total solar eclipse. Chairman Sean Gillian says this is to prepare for congested roadways and disruption of cell service as thousands and thousands of people are expected to flood into the county. The state of emergency is set to go into effect at 9 a.m. on April 6th and last through April 10th.
The truth is stranger than fiction.
Kentucky, West Virginia, Ontario, Canada, Arkansas, Killeen, Texas, Ohio, Missouri County, Charleston County, Jackson County, and Kansas City, and New York have all declared a state of emergency. Have you ever seen this many cities declare an emergency within 24 hours, particularly for an eclipse? Did we see this happen 7 years ago? We didn't. We are in uncharted waters right now, and there's so much coming from all directions. NASA will be launching rockets into the moon's shadow during the solar eclipse, and CERN is set to test the world's most powerful particle accelerator on the same day, searching for invisible matter that secretly powers our universe. With so many of us hoping for something to give or break, could the 8th be a day we are let down again? Or could April 8th be something weirder than we could have ever imagined? April 8th is going to amplify the energies for a timeline jump that NASA will try to prevent because they want to maintain the lower third dimension where the illusion of freedom thrives. The White Hats are planning to use the Large Hadron Collider to create what they are calling a God spark, a mini supernova. This will be used to create a wormhole into another timeline. Once we create the wormhole, it will remain open for a short period of time. And if we can maintain stability for a few minutes, the entire Earth can safely be transferred to a new timeline. Please understand this event will not come with the Hollywood Michael Bay explosives that everyone is looking for to make the 8th more exciting for the ADHD 3D mind, just so you can wake up the next day to say nothing happened. Because you will be the same person coming to X, waiting on someone to confirm that for you. You have to understand, if your rulers thought like you, we wouldn't need spiritual or celestial intervention to get us out of this mess. The Large Hadron Collider has the potential to create micro black holes, and it has been theorized that these black holes could potentially be used to open wormholes to other timelines. By creating a micro black hole and stabilizing it for a short period of time, the White Hats can use the energy from the superheated plasma within the black hole to create a wormhole into another timeline. The White Hats have been working on this plan for many years, and they now believe that they have perfected the process and are confident that they can successfully execute it on April 8th. What NASA will try to do is this. They're going to fire rockets at the Large Hadron Collider in an attempt to disrupt the process and prevent the creation of the wormhole. However, the White Hats have foreseen this and have made contingency plans to ensure that the plan will succeed, regardless of what NASA tries to do. The rockets that NASA is firing at the Large Hadron Collider are specially designed to emit gravitational waves from a short distance. This will cause the micro black hole within the Large Hadron Collider to become unstable, and it will potentially collapse or cause the wormhole to become unstable. The White Hats are also using their own satellite to send microwaves towards the Large Hadron Cellar to also create gravitational waves. They have calculated that if both these methods are combined, they can successfully disrupt the plan. The White Hats have also set up a series of magnetic resonance pulse generators around the Large Hadron Collider. These pulse generators will emit a specific frequency of magnetic resonance that can interfere with the creation of the micro black hole and the stability of the mini supernova. The White Hats have also deployed several high-powered lasers around the Large Hadron Collider. These lasers are emitting a special frequency of light that they believe can create micro wormholes in the surrounding area, effectively shielding the Large Hadron Collider from outside interference. Do you understand what we are trying to explain? Why do you think you have Q drop 1082 that says the start? The White Hats have also hacked into the control software of the Large Hadron Collider. They have inserted a special piece of code that will automatically disable the gravitational wave emitting satellites at the opportune time. This will cause the mini supernova to create micro black holes, but the gravitational wave emitting satellites will be disabled and thus cannot emit any gravitational waves. This will cause the entire experiment to fail, and the White Hats are confident that they can successfully execute this plan. The White Hats have a multifaceted plan to prevent NASA from interfering with the Large Hadron Collider on April 8th. As discussed, they have put in place a number of technological measures to ensure that the Large Hadron Collider remains stable and that the mini supernova successfully creates the tunnel into another timeline. Additionally, they have deployed several covert teams to the area around the Large Hadron Collider. These teams will be on standby to interfere with any attempts by NASA to disrupt the experiment. So to review, NASA is trying to fire rockets at the Large Hadron Collider to disrupt the process. The White Hats are using gravitational wave emitting satellites to create a wormhole. NASA will fire rockets at the Large Hadron Collider on April 8th. The White Hats have a multifaceted plan to prevent NASA from interfering with the Large Hadron Collider also on the 8th. The White Hats have set up a series of magnetic resonance pulse generators around the Large Hadron Collider. The White Hats have deployed several high-powered lasers around the Large Hadron Collider. The White Hats have hacked into the control software of the Large Hadron Collider. The White Hats have covert teams in the area of the Large Hadron Collider. They don't want the masses to be able to escape the third dimension and be free to pursue our higher destinies. They want to keep us trapped here so they can continue to control us and keep us in a perpetual state of suffering. The system of control that is currently in place operates on two main levels. On the surface, we have the apparent leaders who hold the power and influence over the masses, but in reality, they are just puppets being controlled from behind the scenes by the globalists and the elites. On the deeper level, we have hidden forces such as archons and negative entities that manipulate the masses through more subtle and clandestine means. They feed off our energy and keep us trapped within the matrix of control. There are a number of tools they use to control the masses. They use media and propaganda to shape our beliefs and narratives. They use banking and financial systems to keep us in debt and locked into a constant cycle of work and consumption. They use social engineering and divide and conquer strategies to keep us distracted and at each other's throats. They use technology to keep us plugged into a simulated reality, oblivious to the higher realms. They use religion and spirituality to keep us trapped in fear and shame and disconnected from our true selves. Because of all this, the eclipse is way more important than what people would ever give credit to. The White Hats have successfully taken control of CERN, and the Cabal no longer holds control over the facility. How did the White Hats take over CERN? They infiltrated the upper levels of management through two key players, Michael Fabris and Fabiola Gianotti. Fabris was the Director General of CERN from 2010 to 2015, and he was replaced by Gianotti in 2015. Fabris was the one who led the White Hats into CERN, and he was a key figure in the process. He has since left CERN, but I think Gianotti remains as the current Director General. I couldn't find any public info on Michael Fabris. This seems to be protocol for security and privacy. The takeover was done through internal and external operations, including infiltration, deception, and sabotage. 10 years ago, this kind of talk would have been labeled as lunacy. But because of the last 5 years, we've been shown that the truth is stranger than fiction. It may very well be that our world took a strange turn into the twilight zone because of technology like CERN. Maybe we have already jumped timelines into one that was preferable for the Cabal and dark entities of this world. This could explain the Mandela effect and also the strange demonic influences that have become more obvious in Hollywood and the music industry. So it makes sense that the paradigm-defining technology, CERN, may very well have been taken from the deep state and is ready to be used for the good, to usher in a better world for all of us. The only way to find out is to keep your eyes open. And lastly, don't be afraid to look up.
All right. Let's get jiggy here. Okay. Interesting to say the least. I read that to you guys yesterday, though, the SGAnon post. Mystery booms.
Day 3 of the insanely heavy booms that shake everything. I live in north central Arkansas, about an hour and 20 minutes south of the Missouri border. Please excuse your girl's rough appearance because I'm out here working with the birds. But there are these incredibly heavy booms, I think is the best way to describe it. It sounds like it's muffled. It's not coming from up top. It literally sounds like it's underground, and it shakes everything. I can feel my feet shaking underneath me. The military isn't really taking any credit for this. There are a lot of people that are saying they're sonic booms, but y'all, I've experienced them. These are not sonic booms. Of course, why would the military tell us the truth anyway? But I digress. So I want to know, how far out are you guys hearing and feeling these? Something is just really strange because they do their training all the time down on the White River, but this has never happened. Not since I've been here. Let me say that. We've been here 2 years, and it's not a secret. Everybody in town is talking about it. So what's up?
What's up? Nobody knows.
I'm in the city of Chicago today, where Brandon Johnson, the mayor of Chicago, just announced that he can welcome in 700,000 more illegal immigrants. He says that the city of Chicago has room for about 700,000 more. He also asked President Biden for 500,000 work permits for these illegal migrants that are living in his city. As of right now, these migrants cannot work. They do not have work permits, so they are basically just hanging out on the streets, panhandling, asking for money, selling the goods that they have. And the citizens of Chicago, they say, no, we do not want any more illegal migrants living in our city. They're taking over our schools, our medical, our shelters, the homeless people. They said, we are back in our tents because the shelters are full because all these migrants are living there. The mayor said, Chicago is such a welcoming city. We will never turn away anybody. And he's also saying by having all these migrants coming into his city, it will make the city richer, trillions of dollars richer in the coming years. This is sad news. A Mexican national who entered into America a few weeks ago, outside the city of Chicago, he brutally stabbed to death his wife in front of their 2 children. That is the type of people Mayor Johnson is welcoming into his city, because you have no idea who's coming with these migrants. You don't know if they're good or bad. It's very frightening, and the border needs to be closed. The citizens of Chicago, they do not want any more. They say, we are full. We are full. We are done. Close the doors. Shut the garage. Do not let them in. That's some news from Chicago.
Well, Chicago. Crypt Keeper.
Syndrome. All right, so on Twitter, I went over the Endgame vindication post. It's an old article. It's not that old. And I posted it through the threads on my Twitter, or X. This lady decides to put here, let me show you. So this is me looking at my notifications. You know, you can see, read everything, right? So this lady, tour gal, puts over here, she puts up something about, he's a rapist first. He raped me in 2014 in the picture of this girl. This girl doesn't even look like she's 18, 19 years old, okay? There's no case of it. So I said, put the case up. Put the case up. If this is true about President Trump, I'd like to see the case. Don't put a screenshot up with somebody that hates Trump and wrote this above there. And then she puts, Donna's a rapist. Not interested in anything he has to say. Soon the I paid hooker's wife while was pregnant trial. What are you talking about, lady? These people done lost their minds, man. Every time we get around election time and Trump is leading in the polls, it's like rinse, wash, repeat. Rinse, wash, repeat. The same rhetoric, the same nonsense, no receipts, no receipts. I see a guy on here reading about Donald Trump's insider trading investments, that he did insider trading with the stocks for True Social and all that. Well, Nancy Pelosi did it with the electric vehicles. Why don't y'all pay attention to that? Nancy Pelosi did it with Paul Pelosi, who got all the government contracts to do all the renovations on the United States Postal Service buildings. Why don't we talk about that? Y'all got Trump deranged syndrome. For real. You all do. And if there was any truth to that post that lady said, Tory gal, whatever her name is, that Trump raped somebody, especially a young girl, the news would have it broadcasted everywhere. And there would be documentation, like court proceedings with actual docket numbers and tickets and all that good stuff, you know, like receipts. There's your 60-second tenure.
Yep. He's going to keep coming, keep coming, keep coming.
A CBS News investigation has uncovered a loophole that allows accused and convicted American pedophiles to escape justice by moving to Israel.
Jewish Community Watch, an organization that hunts down accused pedophiles who flee to Israel from the U.S., exploiting a process called Law of Return, whereby any Jewish person can move to Israel and automatically gain citizenship. The ease with which pedophiles seem able to use this law as an escape route haunts victims like Mendy Hawk, who says he was abused from age 8 by a teacher at an Orthodox Jewish school in Los Angeles. Yom Tov pled guilty in 2002 to sexually abusing and committing lewd acts against 3 other boys. He served jail time, but when he was released, he violated his probation and, according to JCW, fled to Israel with help from individuals within the Orthodox Jewish community. JCW tracked Yom Tov down and confronted him with a hidden camera in Jerusalem, where he admitted to illegally fleeing the United States with help and using a fake passport to enter Israel.
I was supposed to stay for 5 years in the same city. I was supposed to join the side of myself. I was supposed to go every 2 weeks to the police station. I left within a week later.
The district attorney here in Los Angeles told us they have not requested Yom Tov's extradition and that they had no other comment. Jewish Community Watch says that is the problem. If American officials don't try to get accused pedophiles from Israel, then they simply escape justice and leave children at risk.
It certainly seems like law enforcement, both here.
Yeah. How far back does this operation really go? May 31st, 1961. JFK arriving in Paris, France. What's that on the car? Well, looks like a cue to me. Here we go. Okay, he regrets making that video and has taken it down. I saved it. People jumped all over him out of fear.
So, all right, I'm back. I had to go get my hair cut and my beard trimmed. I have taken down my videos about the solar eclipse and earthquakes and all of this. Yes, I know there was an earthquake in New York today. It doesn't mean that the New Madrid fault is sure to pop off or any such a thing. People have asked if I will apologize if April 9th comes and nothing happens. I said it might be 3 months, but we ain't gotta wait. I am already sorry I made those videos entirely. First of all, I have caused a lot of fear, and for that I am sorry. It never was my intent. I did not consider how it would make everyone feel. I delivered the video from how I felt, and I'm not afraid. Fear is not the feeling that I have in my gut. Alertness? I feel awake. I tried not to make that video, man. I even slept on it and could not help myself. And perhaps this is a lesson in self-control because I already regret it entirely. I typically do not talk out of my own thoughts or speculations at all. But at the same time, the science is there, man. The history is there. Taiwan did have an earthquake following that lunar eclipse over the Pacific Ocean. I didn't make that video for attention. I made it for the guilt and the shame that fell on me every time I tried not to. Best case scenario for me, 3 months go by after the eclipse and nothing at all happens, okay? Maybe I lose some or all credibility. Well, won't God be? God will deal with me personally. It's not going to thwart any of his plans whatsoever happens to me at all. Aside from that, I've seen enough. I don't want to be right about this in any way, shape, or form. Though I have made no prediction, given no dates, said no prophecy, I've just said this doesn't look good. And you should turn your hearts and minds back to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, has been this message the whole time. Using fear tactics to make Christians look, the signs in the heavens are the signs in the heavens, bro. What do you want me to do about that? It doesn't have to be an earthquake. It means remember your Lord's commands. And there's a reason the reminder shows up in the heavens. There is no good outcome here for me. I have gone and put my foot in it. Worst case scenario in every way, shape, or form is that anything at all does happen. Well, stuff has already happened. Just devastation and loss aside. Look, I got family in that area too. I grew up right next to New Magic Fall. Aside from that, if anything significant did happen, I'd probably have to delete all my stuff and disappear for a while. I don't want my name anywhere near anything like this. Look, I shot a video off the hip because I saw something that made me go, look at that. Half the people call me an idiot, say it's not even possible scientifically, which caused me to defend myself, go read some scientific papers on the matter. Yeah, it is. Which made them all call me stupid crackhead again, which I reacted to again by defending myself with more science and more connections and more logic. And now I've said far too much and stirred up far too much, and it's just gone far too far, way too far. And before April 8th even gets here, I apologize right now. I am sorry. For my whole existence, I am sorry that I am the way that I am and that I do the things that I do. God forgive me. Best case here is I just get to eat it, and I will. I know I deserve it anyway, right? Valuable lesson learned. It's going to be what it's going to be. I'll be just fine. I do see I made a mistake, but I'm not destroyed by this. I've been trying to delete my TikTok the whole time. Y'all let God be true and every man a liar. Trust Jesus Christ, not me. I am sure to fail you, and often. But his plan remains perfect, even if I get a little too excited and ahead of myself. And whatever he sees fit to accomplish is just fine with me. There ain't anything else around here to trust at all. Lord, let me not be ashamed, except I say something stupid, that I might learn not to say stupid things. Stupid, unprofitable things. I'm just going to stick to scripture from now on, and maybe that doesn't involve talking about all the rest of it, regardless of what people are begging me to talk about. Anyway, I'm done talking today. It is what it is. God's will be done.
All right. Brazil on the brink.
Hey everyone, it's Mike Schellenberger, and I'm reporting to you at this moment from Brazil, where a dramatic series of events are underway. At 5:52 p.m. Eastern Time today, April 6, 2024, X Corporation, formerly known as Twitter, announced that a Brazilian court had forced it to, quote, block certain popular accounts in Brazil. Then, less than 1 hour later, the owner of X, Elon Musk, announced that X would defy the court's order and lift all restrictions. As a result, said Musk, we will probably lose all revenue in Brazil and have to shut down our office there. But principles matter more than profit, he added. At any moment, Brazil's Supreme Court could shut off all access to X Twitter for the people of Brazil. It is not an exaggeration to say that Brazil is on the brink of dictatorship at the hands of a totalitarian Supreme Court justice named Alexandre de Moraes. President Lula da Silva is also participating in this push towards totalitarianism. Since taking office, Lula has massively increased government funding of the mainstream corporate news media, most of which are encouraging increased censorship. What Lula and de Moraes are doing is an outrageous violation of Brazil's constitution as well as the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights. At this moment, Brazil is not yet a dictatorship. It still has elections, and the Brazilian people have other means at their disposal to confront authoritarianism. At the same time, the federal Supreme Court and the Superior Electoral Court, which it controls, are directly interfering in those elections through censorship. 3 days ago, I arrived in Brazil and published the Twitter files for Brazil. They show that G. Moraes has violated the Brazilian constitution in multiple ways. He illegally demanded that Twitter reveal private information about Twitter users who used hashtags that he considered inappropriate. He demanded access to Twitter's internal data, violating the platform's policy. He censored on his own initiative, without any respect for due process, posts on Twitter by parliamentarians from the Brazilian Congress. And Moraes tried to turn Twitter's content moderation policies into a weapon against supporters of then-President Jair Bolsonaro. I say all of this as an independent and nonpartisan journalist. I'm not a fan of either Bolsonaro or Trump. My own political views are very moderate, but I know censorship when I see it. The Twitter files revealed also that Google, Facebook, Uber, WhatsApp, and Instagram betrayed the people of Brazil. If this evidence is proven and admitted to, the executives of those companies behaved like cowards. They provided the Brazilian government with personal registration data and telephone numbers without a court order. Therefore, they violated the Brazilian laws. When Twitter refused, to their credit, to provide Brazilian authorities with private user information, including direct messages, the government of Brazil attempted to sue and hold Brazil's top Twitter attorney in criminal contempt. When I was in Brazil in 1992, at the time, the slogan of the Workers' Party was "Without fear of being happy." In recent days, I've spoken to dozens of Brazilians, including professors, journalists, and respected lawyers. All of them told me that they are shocked by what is happening here. They told me that they themselves are afraid to speak their mind, and that the Lula government, the Workers' Party government, is complicit in creating this climate of fear. Look, Brazil belongs to the Brazilians. It's not my country, such there's limits to what I'm capable of doing. But what I can say is that there are many Brazilians who do not feel safe saying what must be said. Alexandre de Moraes is a tyrant, and the only way to deal with tyrants is to confront them. It's up to Brazil's senators now to confront this tyrant, and it's up to the people of Brazil to demand that their senators do so. In 1992, my best Brazilian friend gave me a t-shirt that I loved. On it was a cartoon of Brazil's military dictators who had painted the sky black. Beside them were children who were smiling and throwing stars up into the dark sky. It said, "They painted the sky black, but we brought back the stars." Alexandre de Moraes and Lula are painting the sky black. The time has come for the Brazilian people to let the light.
Yeah, kind of cut him off there, didn't they? Yeah. Yep. Yeah. We shall see. Give me a second here, folks. I'm just taking care of something here real quick. Trying to make things happen. All right. I need it there. Bear with me. Bear with me. Trying to do two different things here at the same time. All right. All right. Now. Okay. Okay. Moving on. Another Auntie Coulette.
Oh my, it seems as though my video yesterday about the Statue of Liberty and one other thing, a discernment that I got, I'm not going to say a word about it, it got taken down.
Silly me. Guys, this is purely for entertainment purposes only. All things staged here. Well, speculation. New boot goof and let's go.
I thought there would be a problem with that, but I didn't even mention them. I'm not even going to talk about it. But the other parts of the video truly do need to be out there. So let's go. Oh, my light just turned off. Have you ever looked at the Statue of Liberty and thought to yourself, what a strange statue. Where did they get their inspiration? Just like that. I mean, let's be honest. If you're going to make a statue of a lady that's going to be standing there welcoming every person coming to Ellis Island, and yes, I know it. They say it's Liberty Island, but it was always Ellis Island. Stupid Mandela effects. Wouldn't they make her, I don't know, attractive? But if they did that, then they couldn't have achieved exactly who that statue was actually meant to represent. Now, could they have? Because this statue outside of New York City This statue that was gifted to us by France strangely resembles another statue. To a T. That statue, my friends, is of Apollyon. And that statue, my friends, is of Lucifer, Satan himself. I'm going to need you to look really deep, long, and hard at both of these faces. The first one of Lucifer and the second one of the Statue of Liberty. Lucifer, check out the nose and the mouth. And this Statue of Liberty, same nose, same mouth. Oh my. The other very odd, but not all that well known fact about the Statue of Liberty is one foot of the Statue of Liberty is chained in shackles, while the other foot clearly has been freed. This was said to be a tribute to slavery in America and the freeing of the slaves. But just like everything, it's all been a lie. The one shackle freed represents the fact that Satan was thrown down here onto earth with a third of angels to wreak havoc, destruction, the prince of our world, while the other foot is still shackled because, well, whether he likes it or not, he's still imprisoned for the day of judgment when he will be cast into the lake of fire. Oh, sneaky little artists. They played us yet again, once again, as a fool. There is also something very subtly hidden with the Statue of Liberty a lot of people don't catch, but it's kind of mocking the Last Supper. You see these three windows, one on each side of the building that he stands upon? It is mocking the Last Supper and its infamous three windows behind Christ. Apollyon and Abaddon are mentioned in Revelation as the angel, the king of the demons in the bottomless pit. I find it extremely strange that this is the only time in the Bible that these two are referenced, and they're actually the same person. And they are referenced in Revelation towards the end of days as a key player, as the key holder to the bottomless pit. And I saw a star fall from heaven onto earth, and to him was given the key to the bottomless pit, Revelation 9. And a couple of days ago, when I was getting ready for my trip, I was packing and I got hit with this revelation, this discernment, and it hit me hard. And to be quite frank and very honest, I cannot believe that this didn't hit me sooner than this. Abaddon and Apollyon are the same person. One is in Hebrew, one is in Greek. The angel of the bottomless pit who is going to get the key that will be given to them by CERN. Y'all, Abaddon, Apollyon is exactly the same, just a different name for Satan himself. Many statues have been erected in Apollyon's honor, like I showed you with the torch that he's holding, exactly the same as the Statue of Liberty, right? Literally paying tribute and homage to Satan himself, the light bearer. But did you know back in ancient Roman times, there was actually a city built and erected with a temple erected in order to honor and pay homage to, Apollyon. And did you know in that place, that very place, part of CERN, a large part of CERN, is built on top of that city, or that temple, and that city dedicated to Apollyon once stood. I am not shocked. But after the Statue of Liberty was struck by lightning just a couple of days ago, yesterday during my deep dive, I discovered something I had not figured out or seen or known before. Check it out. Sorry, I don't have my glasses, bear with me. Palatine Apollo, sometimes called the Temple of Actian Apollo, was a temple of the god Apollo in Rome, constructed on the Palatine Hill on the initiative of Augustus, known as Octavian until 27 BCE. Between 36 and 28 BCE, it was the first temple to Apollo within the city's ceremonial boundaries, and the second of four temples constructed by Augustus. According to tradition, the site for the temple was chosen when it was struck by lightning, which was interpreted as divine portent. Isn't that an odd coincidence? Also, when they say, and I saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven, strange. Which also seems all too strange when you realize the Vatican was struck by lightning in 2013. The White House was struck by lightning in 2022. And now, yes, although the Statue of Liberty does get struck by lightning often, it does seem strange that it gets struck by lightning just a day before New York City, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania all get hit by a 4.8 earthquake. Add in the fact on April 8th, not only will the eclipse be occurring, NASA will be doing their APEP, which is also another name for Abaddon and Apollyon and Satan, their serpent mission. Oh, who else is a serpent? Where they're going to shoot 3 rockets into the moon's shadow during the eclipse. Okay. Also, CERN is firing up their Large Hadron Collider, intentionally trying to open a dimension of, demons, dark matter. And they've even said we can't be responsible, and there's a very good chance we might accidentally let one of these interdimensional beings, try billions of these interdimensional beings into our world accidentally. And who's to say we might accidentally send somebody from here over there? Oh, I do not volunteer as tribute. And did you know that CERN has admitted that, they've spotted a fourth ghost, a fourth dimensional ghost in the tube of the Large Hadron Collider already, even prior to the 4-8 firing up of the tube at an extensive rate we've never yet seen before. So with all of that, the eclipse, CERN, NASA, there's also the devil comet that will be coming this way during the eclipse. Boy, honestly, even the biggest of skeptics are having a very difficult time saying that, yeah, in fact, we are in the end of days, watching biblical prophecy after biblical prophecy of Revelation unfold right before our eyes. This world has been full of deception and lies since the beginning by Satan himself. And with the earthquake yesterday hitting New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania, with the Statue of Liberty getting struck by lightning the day before, it's getting pretty hard to deny that, well, Babylon the Great, that city that is set to fall now, well, any day, hands down, my friends, is New York. And although I clearly cannot talk about my other discernment in this video, I will say, yes, hands down, I truly do believe my discernment that Apollyon and Abaddon will be nobody other than Satan himself. And that star that shall fall upon earth will be Satan, the devil's comet. And CERN, by opening this portal to a dimension chock full of demons, which I truly hands down believe is the dimension to the bottomless pit, will be giving him the key, the angel of the bottomless pit, Abaddon, Apollyon, the king of the bottomless pit. And those demons, the keys spoken of, given to Abaddon and Apollyon, the same person, the devil, spoken of in Revelation 9, CERN will give it to them, him, Satan, on April 8th, when they fire up their Large Hadron Collider at 3:33. Oh my other revelation that I have always believed, that in the Bible they speak of where Satan lives here on earth. We have been lied to about everything. Of course, geography has been a great big lie as well. I truly believe that the place that the Bible speaks of, the dwelling place of Satan, is right where CERN is located, Geneva, Switzerland. And the fact that CERN is doing all this, firing it up, the Large Hadron Collider during the eclipse at 3:33 screams volumes. You see, Satan and his minions, the demons, they just love to mock the Trinity by doing things in threes. 3:33, I see what you did there. So there you have it, guys. Babylon the Great is about to fall. God is sending signs left and right with the statue of Apollyon, Satan, Liberty, being struck by lightning 2 days ago. A 4.8 earthquake hitting New York City, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania screams volumes about a warning about the eclipse and everything that will happen on 4/8 as Revelation 9 unfolds right before our eyes. Our entire world has been a lie, and Satan's behind all of them. Repent, friends, turn from sin, give your life to Yeshua and Yahweh, because Yeshua, well, he could come back now, anytime. I love you all so big.
All right. Yeah, it kind of annoys me that she does her makeup at the same time, too. Just imagine if we could do this.
There's 190 million Americans. Imagine if, now out of that, all of them don't have jobs, right? Let's just say 90 million working Americans that are actually on the streets, free to move around. Let's just say out of the 90 million, 40 million say, you know what, we're not going to pay the mortgage payments and the taxes anymore. Matter of fact, we've been collaborating, and we've saved up for a month or two. We don't need any gas or food for a month or two, so we're not even going to go shopping. We're not going to get on public transportation. We're not going to use our cars. We're done. We're going to take 2 months off. You know that thing you did to us with the global pandemic when you shut everything off? Well, we're going to shut everything off now, except we won't turn it back on until you negotiate a better deal with us, because you work for us. We don't work for you. You are our servants. That's what the government is. You are servants, but you got it where they're telling you everything you can and can't do, and you're afraid of them. What if we turned off the planet collectively and said, you know what, we're done. Talk to us when you send a representative that we approve of, and we'll start the negotiation process on how we might turn things back on when we're ready under the right conditions suitable for us. And watch them start shaking in their pants. Watch these elites start panicking when the cash flow stops moving. I guarantee you 1 month of no revenue moving through this country and everybody going to request their money out of the banks will shut down everything. And then you say, you want us to turn back on? Are you going to erase all the debt, mortgage payments down to zero? I want. But that takes courage. That takes unity. That takes collaboration. And that takes planning.
Yeah. Takes planning. So, breaking, the FBI and Homeland Security sent warning to law enforcement of potential threats to public mass gatherings days before millions will gather to watch the eclipse on Monday.
Tonight, FBI and Homeland Security officials are warning U.S. law enforcement about the potential for terror inspired by that deadly ISIS attack in Moscow targeting a concert hall. The concern, according to the bulletin, violence targeting mass gatherings such as sports stadiums, concert venues, or houses of worship in the United States. Law enforcement told to be on the lookout for any suspicious activity. The bulletin coming just days before millions will gather to watch the eclipse on Monday. Authorities say following the Moscow attack, ISIS and its supporters celebrated the assault and shared graphic and violent attack footage, the terror group calling for similar attacks in the United States.
I'm told U.S. law enforcement is being urged to take this bulletin seriously. Sources say ISIS remains a very real threat, David.
Tonight, FBI and Homeland Security officials are warning U.S. law enforcement about the potential for terror inspired by that deadly ISIS attack in Moscow targeting a concert hall.
Yeah, we don't need to listen to that a second time. No, we don't. We just don't. Crazy how all of this comes about. Yeah. Just a bunch of hoopla half the time. Or at least it seems it is half the time. Oh, you never know though, right? You just never know what they're going to do next, what they want to do next. Yeah. What can you do? What can you do? What can you do? Stop chewing on my chair. Dang nabbit. Sorry, one of the puppies chewing on my chair. Makes you want to put your foot in there. Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. What can you do, right? What can you do? Other than let them drive you nuts or stop them. Stop them in their tracks. Okay, up next. What do we got up next? What do we got up next? What do we got up next? There. Oh, boy. Bear with me. Bear with me. Again, still doing multiple things at one time here. Driving myself crazy in the process. Okay. All right. Okay.
These people are full of the devil. These people can't even be reasoned with. These are not people that you can talk to, and they already have given their soul to the devil. Are you with me? These people go through seances. These people drink blood. These people sacrifice children. Somebody said they don't do that. They sacrifice children at the highest levels in Hollywood. They drink blood of young kids. This is a fact. That's why the next thing to be exposed will be all the pedophilia that's going to come out of Hollywood and come out of Washington, D.C. The human sacrifice and the cannibalism has been going on for years. Somebody said, oh, they don't do that. It's worse than what you think. You remember when the whole spirit cooking thing came out? That's commonplace, ladies and gentlemen. And many of the Hollywood actors that you go see on a screen, what you don't know, they bring a witch. They do a big seance right there on the set, and they worship devils, and they allow devils to come into them before they take the part of what they're going to act. It's a fact what I'm telling you. These people are full of the devil. These people can't even be reasoned with. These are not people that you can talk to, and they already have given their soul to the devil. Are you with me? These people go through seances. These people drink blood. These people sacrifice children. Somebody said they don't do that. They sacrifice children at the highest levels in Hollywood. They drink blood of young kids. This is a fact. That's why the next thing to be exposed will be all the pedophilia that's going to come out of Hollywood and come out of Washington, D.C. The human sacrifice and the cannibalism has been going on for years. Somebody said, oh, they don't do that. It's worse than what you think. You remember when the whole spirit cooking thing came out? That's commonplace, ladies and gentlemen. And many of the Hollywood actors that you go see on a screen, what you don't know, they bring a witch. They do a big seance right there on the set, and they worship devils, and they allow devils to come into them before they take the part of what they're going to act. It's a fact what I'm telling you. These people are full of the devil. These people can't even.
I had to play that twice because that's a preacher in church. Yeah. The Kardashians, Diddy, and sex trafficking. Ooh, Jesse Waters got some things.
Our cameras caught him riding his bike in Miami, and it looks like he doesn't have a care in the world. He's been quiet lately, but his right-hand man has been doing a lot of talking. Stevie J, a producer who's also named in one of the lawsuits and was in Diddy's house when it was raided, went on TMZ Live to defend his boss. Listen.
I don't know whatever someone does in their bedroom, that's what they do. I don't got nothing to do with that. I'm just here to say that I've never seen my man doing anything foul like they talking about.
None of it. All of it. I mean, you know.
I've never seen it. I've known him for 29 years.
But that wasn't all Stevie J did. He sent out a warning shot, posting video of celebrities at Diddy's 50th birthday party. The Kardashians, Jay-Z, Beyonce, Kanye, Kevin Hart, every A-lister was there. And Stevie J wants to remind them. Remember, the lawsuit says Diddy has compromising footage of everyone that went to his freak-off parties. Now, we're not saying this is a freak-off party or Diddy has compromising video on any of these people, but this is what Diddy's bodyguard said.
I don't think it's only celebrities going to be shook. He had politicians in there. He had princes in there. He also had a couple of preachers in there.
You personally, you think they got tapes?
Well, my personal opinion that if Lil Rob could be trusted and his statements are true, they got him. They got tapes of stuff.
Now, if Diddy had tapes, the feds have them. That's a lot of blackmail.
That's a lot of blackmail, he says. Interesting how that comes out like that, right? How it comes out just like that. Makes you wonder. It makes you wonder. Yep. Makes me wonder. All right. Yeah. Okay. So, weird things surrounding the solar eclipse. All this preparation for an event, something doesn't add up.
Taking precautions before a big travel day is smart. If you'll be traveling around Ohio, motorists should be sure to frequently top off their gas tanks. Frequently top off your gas tanks. And to fully charge their electric vehicles. Have a preparedness kit in your car and items like paper maps, snacks, drinks, cash, and a cell phone charger. It's a good idea also to have a communications plan if you're traveling with your family or friends in case you're separated. Know where to meet up, have a place to meet up, know where to take shelter if there's an event. Having those discussions ahead of time are critically important to help thwart any type of confusion that may happen in large crowds. And while traveling, if you're taking your pets, please take stuff for them as well, right? A bowl for water, those kinds of things. And finally, know where to receive.
All of this for an eclipse. Can somebody please explain to me what is going on here? The fact that Ohio has now activated an emergency operations center for the eclipse and saying they will send the National Guard if need be is absolutely sus. So you tell me what's going on, because something really doesn't add up here.
He said sus. That's what he said. Well, I don't know. Let's see what Shipwreck's got to say. Big facts for those who've been in this fight and risked everything to get the truth out. Disclosure everywhere.
I just finished last night's episode of Tucker Carlson with a man named Brian Johnson. Just watch.
A 71-year-old?
And after the plasma infusion and continued for 6 months, it lessened to a 45-year-old. So his clock dramatically slowed down.
Interesting. Did he feel better?
He did, and his colleagues were saying, "What's up? This is you're hot. You're on fire. What's happening?"
And it was plasma from his son.
It's the only therapy that he did.
Does it need to be a blood relative?
No, it's just blood typed.
Okay, so now we're getting into the theories about taking the blood of children.
I mean, so this is very common. We do organ transplants. We all donate blood. Like, we've had that experience in our life. So it's just in a slightly different frame, but it's very much a part of.
Well, it's a recognizable frame. And by the way, I'm not endorsing any of this.
Yeah.
But there is a frame, to use your word, on the internet of like super rich tech billionaires living forever on the blood of children.
Yeah.
Not a super appealing frame, I would say.
Yeah.
This is that.
Yeah, and we did it openly. We made a video out of it.
Okay, so Brian Johnson is a multi-million-dollar tech industry guy. He's on a mission, and he's using his body for science in order to try and live forever, essentially right down to his food. He aged all of his body parts. It's a very interesting conversation. And what he's talking about there is he's talking about blood transfusion therapy or plasma therapy. And what he had done was he took the blood from his son and injected it into himself. And then he took his blood and injected it into his dad, which caused his 71-year-old dad to feel 45 again. Now, hear me out. Listen, there's a lot coming out right now. There is a lot going on right now that 5 years ago was considered nothing but a conspiracy theory. 5 years ago was not mainstream. It would get you kicked off the internet. Harvey Weinstein, Quiet on the Set, Puff Daddy. Conversations like this are going to start being had so that they can normalize the next set of docs that has to go to court. Not normalize, but maybe lessen the blow. Because the truth is, ladies and gentlemen, there are monsters that walk among us. Monsters that we have put up on pedestals, that we have looked up to, that we have idolized. Monsters who've made movies and music that we took solace in. Monsters that ran our country. What's happening right now with all the Hollywood scandals is grotesque. It's heartbreaking to hear these stories of these kids. There is such a much darker side that involved not just Hollywood, but many, many people in powerful positions. This is the Great Awakening. For the many of you that maybe followed this for many, many, many years, I know you know that what's happening right now is not for you. Your job in this and your purpose in this, and the reason that you got to know long before everybody else, was so that when we got to this point, you could have compassion, that you could hold space. That is your purpose, is to hold space and to have compassion. Because the Hollywood shit was dark, but it's going to get so much worse.
And she's 100% correct. It's going to get so much worse. Here we go.
Okay, somebody needs to say it. Somebody needs to say it. Nobody's saying it, so I'll say it. Nobody's going to be able to predict what's going to happen in an election year. Nobody's going to be able to accurately predict what is going to happen in an election year in this country anymore. I know you know I'm right. Listen, remember 2020? It's going to be crazier than that. It's going to be crazier than that. We are living in crazy town. We're living in crazy worlds. We're living in a mixture of something like The Truman Show, The Matrix, and American Horror Story. Congratulations to us. We all love being here. You can try, and you should. You should try. You should try. Just don't hold too tightly to what you think is going to happen, because you're probably wrong. You think you know? You think you know? That's cute. That's cute. You're wrong. It's going to be crazier. It's going to be crazier, or way worse, or something that you didn't even cross your mind, something you couldn't have even concocted if you had tried. I speak with love and from experience. Guys, this world is getting so crazy. Think about it this way. I think almost every American would agree with me on this right now, which is saying a lot because we agree on nothing, that nobody knows who's running the show in this country. Nobody knows who's running this country. That's crazy. But yet somehow that's not the craziest reality that we are facing at this very moment. That's how crazy things are. In fact, we just are all having to live in this crazy every day, so we're kind of numb to it, and I totally support that, honestly. Be a little numb. It helps. Just a little. But anyways, that's just one example of how crazy things are. We don't know who's running our country. Maybe you have a vague idea, but still, nobody really knows. And we all have a feeling that whoever or whatever it is that's running our country does not have our best interest in mind. Right? So just hold loosely the things you think you know are going to happen, because the likelihood is it's probably crazier and worse. Yay, right? So when nothing happens on the eclipse day, if nothing happens, hopefully, right, something probably did happen. We just don't know what it was. It just wasn't what we thought was going to happen. It was probably worse.
Yep. All right. Okay, let's get into our, you know what, we're just going to go ahead. We're going to jump into our first of the day.
When you have an electric vehicle, then you're also going to be able to save on gas, but you got to be able to afford.
Or any menstruating person in this country cannot make decisions over their own body.
And I'll limit their ability to get gender affirmation treatment in their state.
It is now my distinct honor to introduce the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, John Roberts, to administer the presidential oath to the next President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden.
The significance of the passage of time. So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time.
And by the way, you know, I sit on the stage and it get hot, I got hairy legs, and the kid used to come up and reach in and pull and rub my leg down. You got more questions, but I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, and you ain't black, you're patient. But patience is wearing thin, and refusal has cost all of us.
We will make America great again. God bless you. I love you.
Hey there, Patriots. Isn't that great? President Trump is our Superman. He is Superman. He said he was Batman, but he's also Superman, isn't he? Happy Trump Day. And he's going to reverse it all. We're going to make America great again. We're going to make America wealthy again. We're going to make America healthy again. It's going to be amazing. Hey guys, if you can hear me, just give me the thumbs up and say hey, and everything's okay. I don't know why every time he says I love you, I burst into tears. I never had a president love me before. It's a beautiful thing. You're awesome. I'm glad you're here. Whoever's here. So yeah, so we have a family reunion on every year about this time, and so yeah, I'm like I'm ready to do the video tonight. So I thought, well, might as well do a live instead of just posting one, because I really enjoy for you guys being on here and live. So that's what we're doing. I have been doing research as what I always do, and I wanted to share some really cool things. I thought this was a great video. If you're new here, though, this is the Freedom Force Battalion, and my website is on freedomforce.live, freedomforce.live. Tons of resources over there. We look at how this is biblical. It's a very good news. My girlfriend, Cynthia, said that she had been told, she was so worried. She would always hear all this research, and it was freaking her out. And so somebody said, go listen to Melly and you'll feel better. And she tells how this is biblical. And so ever since, she's been so happy now that she understands what's going on biblically. It's really great news. So we look at the current events in the light of God's word. And so I've actually decoded Revelation, the book of Revelation. That sounds extremely prideful to say that, but it's true. Now I know what it means. all these years I didn't know what it means, and now I never found anybody who did. And so yes, the Lord helped me to decode it, and it's in these books. The one I generally talk about, the bestseller, is End Times and 1,000 Years of Peace. So it's we've been going through, and we put our 12th installment of our small group study guide, and so we did that today about the trumps, about the trumpets, and so the 7 trumpet blasts, and so it's really cool. It was fun, and every time we get to the end of those, we were like, that makes so much sense now. So yeah, it's actually over here on videos categories. You can look right there and just look small group up, and you can watch the first 11, and we'll be posting the 12th one soon. So yeah, and also I'm going to talk a little bit about major clues from minor prophets. I'm going to talk about Joel, about blood moons and solar eclipses, and that this would happen a lot before the great and awesome day of the Lord. And also, this is biblical. All these Bible stories you've always heard all your life, they were a roadmap for us. The Lord told us through all these stories, like we're bringing the walls of Jericho down, which is the cannibals. The Canaanites were cannibals. They didn't tell us that in Sunday school. But anyway, I'm going to tell you, if you would do me a giant favor, everyone go like, share, and subscribe. If you're not subscribed, please share. Please do that. Please, we're actually on X right now. We're on Facebook right now, streaming. So make sure that you like, share, and subscribe. Por favor. I really appreciate it. And because my goal right here is to get this wonderful truth out, the good news of the kingdom. This is the charge that the Lord gave to all of us. And that's what we love to do. And I'll go ahead and tell you, we actually are working on creating, my book is now in, 2 of them, I think, are in Spanish, because we have so many Spanish speakers. We need to reach them to help them understand. Many of them are citizens. They need to understand what is really going on, so they don't fall into the trap of the narrative that we've all fallen into, the fake news. And so this is why we've created a channel. I'm going to be rolling it out real soon. But yeah, that's one of the things that we've been working on, as well as the audiobook. Actually, you can get the audiobook for it right here. We're working on the Spanish audiobook so that we can help people to understand and join the Trump bandwagon. All right, so let's jump in and talk about our wonderful former president, Abraham Lincoln. He's in the post, and it's very important to piece that together to really understand what his role was. And so I want to share this with you super quick. President Lincoln found the power he needed to deal with the rebellion of the Commander-in-Chief clause of the Constitution. In the clause of Section 2, requiring him that the laws would be faithfully executed, and in his presidential oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. He did not want the U.S. to fail under his presidency. Of course, he couldn't do anything after they executed him. They assassinated him. Bless his heart. He fought so hard. Same thing with JFK. What's very, very striking and amazing and biblical is that I don't think they can harm a hair on President Trump's beautiful golden head, on his beautiful, his whole pretty golden mane. I don't think they can hurt him. I'm sure they've tried. But Abraham Lincoln said, this is what I have to do to save the republic. And this is what he did. Based on these powers, he called out the militia, authorized increases in the size of the regular army and the Navy. He expended funds for the military purchases. He deployed military forces. He blockaded southern ports. He suspended the writ of habeas corpus in certain areas. He authorized arbitrary arrests and impaneled military tribunals to try civilians in occupied or contested areas. And later he authorized the conscription and issued the Emancipation Proclamation. So that's how he saved the republic back in the day. Of course, we know what they did with the Act of 1871 and all of that. So, but the reason I'm bringing this up is because the other day, and I posted this on the social media. If you're not familiar with our social media, it's a stream of consciousness. I find all kinds of good stuff and we share it right here. There's all of our social media right here under social, right there. You join with us on all of those. And so the other day, we're seeing that President Trump did a video with Abraham Lincoln. It was a fake, both of them, obviously. And so he was saying that Lincoln was low energy. So it was really funny and cute. But he was trying to get Abraham Lincoln to post a tweet. But he was doing the Gettysburg Address as a tweet, said that low energy. The point is, we've been waiting on the president to say, "My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us," on on Twitter as a tweet. And I find that very interesting that he's having a video that Dan Scavino posts that has Abraham Lincoln in it. Really, lots of comms there. So, we're just continuing to trust the plan. I'm going to read to you some of these posts that I think that you'll really, really like connecting these dots. So this is what likely, President Trump will do the same thing. He has a lot of powers at his disposal. And don't ever forget this one major post. He says that they would never relinquish power back to these criminals ever again. So something else is going on and has been going on for the past 4 years. Yes, all of this has been used to show what they would do to open the borders and to try to destroy our country, our finances, and all that. Clearly, they're continuing on with their track, and it's going to be a matter of time. We just actually talked about this today in the Trumps. It says there was an hour, a day, a year, exactly when this would happen, when this exact the bringing down of this cabal. We've been waiting thousands of years. We can wait another couple of months, right? So this is the exact moment when the Lord will do it. Yes, trust the plan, but ultimately it's the Lord's plan, right? This is God's plan. Very good. So I wanted you to see that. I thought that was really, really cool to see the connection between what President Trump is likely doing, very much like what Abraham Lincoln did, and he will do, calling out the militia. Okay. So the other thing is that, military is the only way. The military is the only way. These people will not acquiesce. They will not relent. We know that. And so they will lie. They will cheat. They will steal. They will break every rule. They don't care a bit about the Constitution, because this is the end for them. That's the whole point of my book, End Times for them, and 1,000 years of peace for us. So I wanted you to see that. He posted that. Next thing I want you to see is this terrible, terrible debt clock. Don't worry. For those of you who are new, those of you who are old, well, either way, we remember that the Lord promised in Habakkuk chapter 2, he says, well, in Proverbs, he says, the wealth of the wicked is stored up for the righteous, right? We know that. And we also know from Habakkuk 2, he says that the debtors will take action and take all they have while they stand trembling and helpless. If you haven't seen my videos on that, just search and see Habakkuk, and you'll see that. But they're all that they put us in debt, they're actually holding the debt, because President Trump flipped it. So now the Treasury is above the Federal Reserve, and so they actually are the ones holding the debt. All right. So there's no getting out of it. And they realize that it's game, set, match. It really is. It is checkmate for sure. So I wanted you to see this chart, and not so much to look at how horrifying it is. But as long as you think of it as that this is the debt that they are under, this is their debt, then you aren't then you're not worried about it at all. Just like, okay, this is all on them. And yes, it is affecting our economy grotesquely right now. We know that, but just hang on tight. All right. So then the thing I want you to mainly see is this secret window. Okay. The secret window, when you click right here, you see over on the top right, you might not have seen that. And it says open. So come open this, and there's a little surprise in here. As soon as you do, it takes you over to this X account for the US Debt Clock _org. So that might be something fun for you to do if you're on Twitter. See if you possibly can get back on Twitter. I've been able to finally get back on. It's it's been an interesting challenge, but I'm on my old. I don't have my old account back, but I have an account. And so it's and I don't ever share. Well, actually, on that one, I do share that link. It is x.com / Melissa Redpill. So definitely go and join with that. So we can, that's really a big digital battlefield. And I'll tell you one thing, I am so glad that this cesspool that it was. Remember what it was before Elon took over? It was a cesspool of child pornography and trafficking, and it was controlled by the CIA that was censoring all of us. And now to be honest, Elon is red pilling the world. He's got 15 million people that follow. I don't even know how many people follow him, and there's a lot of shares that are really not people who are actually on his account. I'm sure you've seen a lot of Elon posts that are not even, that you maybe didn't see it on X. You saw it somewhere else. So he's reaching a lot of people. Oh, anyway, so I want you to say, this is what they said, the silver warrior. I want you guys to think about this. This guy has a great video. I want to play this for you because I thought this was really good to see about the silver, because we know that that gold will destroy Fed, and that some people think that's the Federal Reserve, and yes, I agree, because every currency will be backed by a hard asset, whether it's gold or silver. But there's also something else that FED stands for, something else, basically more of their control construct over us. So anyway, I just wanted you to see this in this video that this guy created. I thought it was really good. Check it out.
In shiny armor, holding up the USA Treasury shield that just sliced up the Federal Reserve, exposing their pyramid scheme.
You see that? Who's our knight in shining armor? Superman, President Trump, right? And so this is the U.S. Treasury, and it's slicing up this pyramid scheme of the Federal Reserve. Where's the funny money, the fiat funny money? Pretty cool. I like that. I like it.
Leaving them black. Now let's check out the decodes of this image. And we're going to start with the USA flag in the background. Shout out to Join Me on the Moon with her post, as the USA flag is hung backwards, as it is supposed to be hung this way, but if it's hung the other way around, then it could be a sign of distress. And anybody that lives in the United States can definitely vouch and say that our country is definitely at times of distress. But don't lose faith, because when you least expect it, we're going to have a knight in shiny armor appear. And who could the knight in shiny armor be? Maybe JFK? Shout out to Patty for this one, as Kennedy was a member of the Night Bunker Hill Council 62, and he was still recognized and honored as most distinguished member of the Knights of Columbus. And he was a knight, all right. Executive Order 1110.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence.
This is the last president to stand up to the Fed. You must see. On June 4, 1963, President Kennedy signed Executive Order 11110. This executive order empowered the U.S. Treasury to issue real money without the Fed. It would have worked. Kennedy's plan to dismantle the Federal Reserve machine had begun. 6 months later, John F. Kennedy went to Dallas and never returned. No way they could do that. The new president, Lyndon Johnson, threw out Kennedy's order. And since JFK, no president has dared confront the secret powers behind the Federal Reserve. They consolidate bigger and bigger banks, print more and more money, accountable to no one, decimating our nation's wealth for the benefit of a few. Why? Why do this? If they hurt us, it hurts the global bankers too. No, they are protected. They are too big to fail.
Okay, so the guy who's going to speak, he doesn't understand what he means by too big to fail. We know that is direct quote from Bush Jr., right? And because when there was a crash of the stock market, which I'm sure they had orchestrated back in the day, and we were not awake at the time. At least I wasn't. We ended up with our tax dollars bailing out these bankers who are extremely wealthy. So that's what it has been, but no more. Under President Trump. Now, this is what he's going to do. They know that when he put the Federal Reserve under the Treasury, that he's going to do the same thing that John F. Kennedy did, but he didn't do it in his first term. He didn't do it in his first term. Why is that? Because we weren't ready. We weren't ready. The people were not ready. And so now, because of, I just read something today, like all these youth don't have, any income, zero income. They just cannot find work, gainful employment at all. And it's awful. It's awful. And this is because of them. And they don't have to be convinced that Biden has wrecked the economy. They all know very well that they are, they'll not be able to survive if Biden continues. So yes, it's also the Gaza, but it's also because they know that it's his fault. You can say Trump did it all day long, but they know their pocketbooks say otherwise. So anyway, I wanted you to see that. So he's going to say too big to fail. Well, they will fail and they will be left. Say it with me, you guys. What did Habakkuk tell us? They will be left trembling and helpless. This is the promise of the Lord. Read it for yourself in Habakkuk 2. That's why I decoded it. I really didn't even have to decode it hardly. It was so simple. The major clues from minor prophets, they told us about a day when we would wake up and we would recognize who these criminals are, and then we would rise up to fight back against them. And that's really what the book of Revelation is about too, that this great revelation, the trumpets are blasting out. The angels were telling us who's doing all this mayhem in the world. And they would send out these liars. The fifth angel, the first trumpet is like, they're sending out these liars from the pits of hell, literally, and from Abaddon and Apollyon to deceive the people and confuse us. And then the great patriots would come in and destroy them. It says 200 million. I think that's probably the number of all of us patriots worldwide. Sounds like a big number, but it's a really small percentage of humanity. Anyway, so it's really cool. I think you'll really enjoy it. If you haven't seen the wonderful truth about end times, it's really good news, right, everybody? It's very, very fun to know. All right, so I want you to see. That's something else. All right, so I want to show you the rest of his video.
But you're saying that the Federal Reserve, that pretty much lost control of inflation, is too big to fail? Nah.
Best investment in the world today. I'm not kidding you. Better than real estate, better than oil, better than gas is silver. All right? Because I'm giving you early warning. This is going down.
The Federal Reserve.
When this goes down,
fiat currency
goes down with it. Okay. Okay. Right. So if you want to get rich, get silver today.
And from all my research, silver is one of the most suppressed assets that we have in our world. With gold and silver being God's form of money, back in ancient Egypt, the ratio to gold and silver was 1 ounce of gold to 15 ounces of silver. Okay. And in the Roman Empire, it was a range of a ratio of 1 ounce of gold to 12.5 or 14 ounces of silver. This is how off we are right now. The ratio from gold to silver is 1 ounce of gold to 90 ounces of silver.
1 to 90. Even in the Roman Empire, it was like, what did he say, 15? Imagine 1 ounce of gold. Imagine a gold coin, and you'd have 15 coins of silver. They would be equivalent. Now it takes 90. So we're way, way off. It's extremely suppressed. Okay. So that's what he's saying. So if you have silver, and I love this because it's the people's coin, because a lot of people can't afford a gold coin, but most people can afford a silver coin. It's at $26. I think it's just recently gone up to $27, $28. And I like, people have said, oh, sell gold, whatever, on your channel. And I have never done that, because what I really like for you to do is go to your local coin dealer. That's what I do. I go to a local coin dealer when I have some money. I want to buy some coins. I go to my local coin dealer, because I know that if something happens and I need to turn that into whatever is the currency, because you can't just take a chunk of a silver coin, and they don't trade that at the grocery store. So I know I can go over to him and trade it, and I don't like to have it on paper, because that's just more fake money. I want the real deal. Okay, so that's my opinion. That's what I think.
silver. And what's even more astonishing is that for every 1 ounce of physical silver, there is 395 paper contracts on that silver. You cannot convince me that we will not have a silver squeeze. But this makes perfect sense, as silver has been on a move for the past couple of days. It broke over the $26 marker and smashing its way to $27. And it's coming for $28 next. And I've been saying this for a while now. Diversification is key in this game, especially if you understand the history of money and how silver plays a massive role in all of it. And they will shortly realize that the endless amount of money that they printed throughout the past few years does not result or calculate in the true price of silver at the moment in time. And we're going to go back to God money. And when we do, we're going to finally be able to expose the Federal Reserve vault, ultimately unplugging from the system. A reset is already in motion. Silver is already trading higher in China, almost $30 an ounce. This is why it's so important to know what you hold.
All right. I want you to see that. And I definitely go and follow that usdebtclock.org, and just watch it from time to time. And I'll do the same. And so you guys can always put something in the comments on our social media. And, hopefully I or someone on my team, Melly, will find it and show it to me. Okay. So next, I found this. Thank you for these great patriots who share this information. The UK informs Netanyahu that they are preparing to publicly declare Israel in violation of international law. How about that? The UK has been bolstering them and, saying, oh, we've got to support them because they've got to do what they've got, whatever they need to do to protect their people. The problem is so many people understand the history of what's happened. I've talked about this on various videos that they went in after the Balfour Declaration, and they just started gobbling up more and more and more land. And the Balfour Declaration said they were not allowed to do that. They have reduced the people, the Palestinians, to just a little postage stamp to live on. And there's so much death and destruction. I can't even get into it. It's awful. It's awful. And so this is gigantic for the UK to do that. If they say they're going to publicly declare them. Okay. So this is what so many people have gone to the international court and said, these people are they're breaking the laws of humanity. Okay. So that's a huge step for UK to say it because they've been supporting them. I think that when all these Biden and what's his name? I can't remember his name, but they were the Prime Minister of England. When their numbers are tanking, then that's one of the reasons they're coming out with this. I don't know. It may be that they're just under control, and they have to say this. It's so hard to know what's going on behind the scenes. We did get a little thing. I'm going to show you here in a minute of something that we did find out about, something that went on behind the scenes. You just get to see what they're announcing. But yeah, this whole thing has just been a debacle, and it's been a huge, huge wake up. And it's been, saving Israel for last, because this truth is, it's the toughest one. And this is the one that will just break everything open. I believe. Don't you guys think? Yeah. So I think this is going to be a gigantic wake up call. This is the post. I think it's 1332, and President Trump just posted something at 1:32, which is military time, 1332. We are saving Israel for last. Very specific reason, not mentioned a single time. And this is where I hope and pray so many of the patriots will wake up and think for themselves and not be led around by the nose by the mainstream media, because they are all completely lockstep with the Zionists and will say whatever they're told. And the congressmen are completely controlled. I'm talking about senators, all of them. Not every one of them. There are a few, but so many. I don't know. Very, very few actually speak out the truth about this. So it's been very complex to watch all of this, and it's eventually everyone's going to realize that this was that we were we were highly controlled by this narrative, and this is what's been on the board. If you go back and look at this, is the website. I'm not going to say it, but that website right there. I didn't mean to do that. All right, this website right here, Q whatever. Look at that. That website right there, if you look and just go through, it's 3,000 posts, but if you go through, you will see, and I will say it's very interesting that this website is still up after all the mayhem, all the time they're talking bad about them. This website has been up the entire time, never been taken down. That's pretty amazing. Anyway, so yeah, you'll see a lot of truth that was being posted back in the day. Yeah, that's why they hate this website. They hate anyone who speaks out for about any of these things, any of these posts, because they don't want to lend any credibility to this at all. Okay, so yeah, I'm just praying for the people who are just a terrible situation that's going on. Imagine if you were a Palestinian and it's just the most horrifying thing that's happened to them. It's just horrible. So I'm just hoping that this is soon going to be a breakthrough for them. Let's just continue to pray for them. It's a big, big problem. All right. So this was another post that came out. This is the 1332. Let's see. But it's that actually, this is the 1332 that President Trump said. It says here, I'm going to read this to you. And I think that this was posted way back in May of 2018. But I want you to listen to the words because, it's something big is coming. Something big, some big disclosure is coming, and it's gonna rock the world. What you're about to learn should not only scare you, but intensify your resolve to take back control, freedom. The information that will become public will further demonstrate the criminal and corrupt, pure evil abuse of power that the Hussein administration undertook in joint efforts with domestic and foreign dignitaries. Okay, did you catch that? It will demonstrate that something's going to become public that will demonstrate the criminal and corrupt abuse of power that the Hussein administration undertook in joint efforts with domestic and foreign dignitaries. Okay, so we already know a lot about this. I wonder if there's more. And either way, their criminal activity, not only with, for example, congressmen, but also with countries all over the world, the puppet leaders in countries all over the world, that's going to be widely known. Right now, there's still not enough knowledge of the criminal activities that they did. But one day, he'll be wishing to go back to Kenya, saying he's got Kenyan citizenship. Remember that post? So the snowball has begun rolling. There's no stopping it now. So all of these things are moving forward. And I think that's why he's posting this 1332, just reminding us that's not, everything has meaning. There's no doubt that he's giving us a signal that all of this is continuing and going, as planned. Stay the course, trust the plan. Again, I say trust the Trump and White Hat's plan, but trust the Lord's plan, right? Because he's the one over all of it. Protective measures are in place. Remain brave. We knew this day would come. And so just, buckle up. I know y'all been buckled for a long time. Whatever happens, and there may be something that happens. I wouldn't doubt it, that they pull some shenanigan on this Monday for the eclipse. No telling what they'll do. Just trust the plan. Okay? So don't let any of this worry you. Don't let any of this, bother you. Just completely trust the Lord and trust the plan. So there's no stopping it now. And just know that if they were able to stop this movement, they would have long ago, and they can't. They cannot stop Trump. They are panicking. They're panicking. All right. So the next thing is this really cool post from Cowboy W2B2. And so there's this thing called the Q clock. And so it starts up, on the inside, it goes round and round and round and round and round all the way. And look where we are. We're like way out on the outer, almost to the outer rim. So what's going to happen, at that? So it's got the 11. If you notice this line right here, the 1111 is the same as the 48. It's on the same line right there, radius or whatever. It's the same one right there, 48. So we will see what happens if it's a big disclosure, if they pull something. I wanted just to remind you that way back in the day when there was the first, remember the X that's going to be across America, there was the one X that came back in 2017. It was August 2017. And then a month later was when there was a sign of the Son of Man. If you're not familiar with that, this is the sign of the Son of Man. If you scroll on my main page, freedomforce.live, and you scroll down a little bit, you will see this beautiful sign that was delineated in Revelation 12, 1 and 2. And this sign exactly occurred September 23rd, 2017, 1 month after that solar eclipse. I'm going to read to you in Joel where it says there'll be lots of signs in the heavens. It's been flashing lights. So this is the beautiful sign of the Son of Man, also called the woman in labor, 18 times in the Old Testament. And so she's in labor. We're in birth pains to give birth to this kingdom on earth. His kingdom come, his will be done on earth as it is in heaven. It says in Revelation 12, there appeared a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun and the moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars, and she being with child cried, travailing in birth and pain to be delivered. So this is what happened exactly September 23rd, but it actually began on the day President Trump was elected, because that was the day Jupiter Melchizedek, the king's star, entered into her womb and was there for 42 weeks, which is a gestation period. So very amazing day we're living in. Very, very, very fortunate, very blessed to live in this day. All right. So I wanted you to see that these signs that the Lord put for us in the heavens are, it's all going according to plan. You've got on the sun, the solar eclipse, August 2017, and then the sign of the Son of Man, this right here, on September 2017, and then we started getting the posts from the 17th letter of the alphabet a month later. The reason I'm saying this is because many times what I've noticed is that you only can see what happened, not specifically on that, what the Lord is doing, not specifically on that particular day. You will see it maybe a month later, just like we saw when, like I said, when we saw the sign of the Son of Man, and then a month later we started to see the posts, and we're like, okay, something's going to happen. What is it? Well, who knew that the posts were going to rock the world so much that, they have gone overboard to try to stop the posts, and they have not been able to. And we're still going according to this plan. Okay. So if something happens specifically on Monday, the day of this solar eclipse, likely, unless it's going to be, the military is called out, maybe. I don't expect that to happen, but if that happens, I'm ready. I'm great with that. Whatever the President Trump does. But more than likely, if something does happen, it'll be a cabal false flag, something that they're blaming on someone else that we can clearly see through, just like we've seen through. And I'm going to talk about it in a second, about all this evil stuff happening, with these earthquakes, which we'll talk about. But anyway, I want you to see that. All right. So the other thing I want you to see is just this plus. This is one of the posts, plus. They're just giving us a little nod. Everything's going according to plan. This was a post back in November 6, 2017. It looks just like that, right? Plus. This is the one I was going to show you about Tony Schaefer. Bill Barr blocked the fraudulent election investigations. Okay, Cheryl, catch that. Remove that for YouTube. But I'm telling you guys this because y'all on Rumble, I can say what I please. Lieutenant Colonel Tony Schaefer was told to stand down. Imagine, he was a private citizen at that point. He was told to stand down not by the Attorney General's underling, but by Bill Barr, Attorney General himself, called Tony Schaefer. Check it out. This is crazy. This is absolutely nuts. Check it out.
Is dishonest. I believe that there were mass ballot fraud occurred. Look, I investigated this. I found one guy who moved a vehicle of 162,000 curated ballots from Bethpage, New York to Central Pennsylvania. By the way, a guy named Bill Barr called me and said, "Oh, you need to give that investigation up. You need to turn it over to the FBI." Once the FBI got it, we never heard anything again. Just saying.
Right. Sounds familiar, right?
Just saying.
It sounds like a motif in your career.
When's the last time you ever had Bill Barr, the Attorney General, calling a private citizen saying, "Oh, you need to stop"? Think about that for a second. I talked to Ken Cuccinelli, former Attorney General of Virginia, about that. I said, Ken, I said, just two weeks ago, I was like, have you ever heard of the Attorney General of the United States calling a private citizen saying, you need to give this up? Think about that. The Attorney General
Did you feel threatened?
not a staff member, not a FBI agent, the Attorney General himself.
Wow.
Think about it.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I wanted you to see that right straight from Tony Schaefer's mouth. I saw it, and I was like, is this really, truly what happened? And it is right from his mouth. Bill Barr called him, told him to not do a word. You know, he didn't say, well, this is not true. He just said, shut up about it. It's like the mob, right? Oh, someone said to make sure to go and like and share over here. Make sure to like, you guys. I would really appreciate it. So this is really very helpful that people are seeing all this information. I really am so glad that you guys are doing that. So thank you for helping to share the great news. Check this out. This is about what the earthquake that happened. And of course, yeah, it's this very odd event, but it was, it went viral about, this earthquake in New York City. I don't know if an earthquake happened somewhere else, if it would be viral. It's just, we're so controlled. The news cycle is so controlled by what happens in New York City. Just saying. But this girl says this has been very effective. She's talking about direct energy weapons have been very effective. They're not going anywhere. This works. And so they're going to continue. Check it out.
Weapons. It's not going anywhere. Look how effective it's been. It's next generation weaponry. And unfortunately, it's been refined on some of us, and where the test.
Yeah. She said, this is supposedly some kind of FBI agent, former FBI agent, whatever. That's not her hair. Y'all think that's her hair? I don't think so. She's in a disguise. Somehow, I don't know. She may have more than just hair on, so as a disguise. But yeah, so she's saying that this is, they're really talking about the Havana syndrome, but it's more than that. I believe they can do all this funny business. What happened in Taiwan, what happened in Turkey. Remember how those buildings just collapsing just after they had been coming out about against Israel, and they were just basically told that if you say anything out of line, we will level your country. Basically, is what they're saying. They're doing it, not just talking about it. They're doing it. So yeah, this is. I'm going to play a little bit about this harp. There's a video that I watched, and not that I'm crazy about this. I do like the RT channel, and I'll tell you what. Even Telegram cannot play RT. So I think you can go to RT.com and watch it. But this guy was on RT, and they're talking about harp. I'm not going to play the whole thing. I wanted you to hear, though, a little bit about it. And he's talking about how they've got this technology that even Maduro said in 2010 that they were doing this. That's what happened to cause the earthquakes in Haiti. And Maduro said this. And now I think he's basically saying the same thing is happening in New York City. No telling what they're going to pull. No telling. Check it out.
Use this earthquake weapon so that it could get a hold of gold that's in Haiti, oil that's in Haiti, or just to build military bases in Haiti.
And
it's an excuse to put the military in.
It's not just conspiracy theorists. I know you study a lot of conspiracy theorists, but we're also talking about Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez. Now, it's no secret that America isn't exactly number one on his list of favorite countries, but he's saying the earthquake is a result of tectonic weapons. What have you heard about this?
I've heard a lot of talk about tectonic weapons. And again, theoretically, it's possible that tectonic weapons can be made someday. They may even look something like HARP. But I believe that it's actually Vladimir Acosta in Venezuela that's been saying this. I think it's very much in the realm of propaganda right now. There's no practical there's no concrete evidence that this is what's happened.
Well, and whether we have evidence of it or not, I have a feeling they've got technology, and we've been led to believe this from the board. They have technology that it's outrageous. Yeah. So, but still, they can only go so far. First of all, because patriots are in control. Second of all, because the Lord is in control. And this is a plan he's been working toward for literally millennia. We are living in the day when we're seeing his kingdom come, his will be done on earth as it is in heaven. We're seeing the end of them. That's the whole thing we're watching, we're witnessing. So but the great thing for us, we're talking about this in the chapter 10 of the book, it's number 12. We're talking about how the Lord has sealed us, that we are sealed. And what does that mean? He is speaking to you and guiding you so that you know what you should do to protect yourself. And you may not hear his voice specifically, but somehow you heard a trumpet blast that woke you up to research. And so everything that you learn, everything that we learn, we're realizing, and we're not falling victim to the lies, right? And we're not under their thumb anymore. And that's what they can't stand. They can't stand that at all. So yeah, and we're also looking at how we can protect our families. If you haven't seen, I really encourage you to go right here and look at all my links right here. I do this smoothie every day. Drink with these green smoothies every day. I love them. And actually I've started adding in protein powder back into my green smoothies. So do that every day to make sure that you get what you need for you to protect yourself. Okay. I really encourage you to do that. I also talk about how I was able to heal my heart. I mean, I didn't have a broken heart. If you guys ever knew, I was poisoned a year ago. I was poisoned. And I think Ward was poisoned too. I don't know. It's hard to have evidence and proof of it, but I was able to heal. And, the cells that were there have been refreshed and renewed, and new cells in their place because of first of all, eating healthy food, no processed food. Okay. Please don't eat processed food, and cleanse your water. Every bit of water, test it on this one, this post right here, tips for improving your health. Cleanse your water, even the water you cook with. The less toxins, fewer toxins you put into your body, the fewer you have to get out. Okay. And also this one right here, if you go right here on Melly's Health Links, that one right there, there's a $5 special on this right here, this Pure Body Extra. You can get it and just try it and see. It's very easy. All you do is spritz it in 5 times. I think the special is going off tomorrow. So go ahead and try it for $5, Pure Body Extra. It's actually, I'll go ahead and take you to it. But I'm really thankful. This is nano-sized particles. See, that's what happened with me. I was poisoned with nano-sized particles that I had literally, the doctor told me, I did go to regular doctors to find out what had happened to me. That I had breathed this stuff in. I had literally breathed it in, and it had crossed into my bloodstream. I didn't eat it. I breathed it in, and it crossed the blood into the bloodstream. And so this is what you use to cleanse this out of your system. There are other things that I use, but that was like, you can read my whole story. I'm not going to go into it all right now, but the point is this protects you on a normal basis, the nano-sized particles, okay, to remove those from your system. So I just wanted you to be aware that all these things, it's like zeolite, like a magnet to scoop this up all over your body. It's amazing. Very, very thankful. If you know someone who's bleeding, women who just can't stop the menstrual cycle, this wonderful treatment's right here. And just over the counter. All this is over the counter, which trustworthy products. How to stop pain. You don't have to live in pain. How you can make sure that everything in your house is pure and not doesn't have any toxins in it. I just love that we're sharing all this truth together. That we're finding ways. The sodium chloride, I just really encourage people to do that, because this is, you got to be very careful. The protocols are on there. I'm not a doctor, but just go on there. That's what I do to make sure that I don't have any more dizzy spells. And then here's the CBD I do every day too. This has helped, along with amino acids and serotonin. It's like a serotonin. It's not actually serotonin. It's a serotonin inhibitor or whatever. It causes your body to make serotonin. It helps your nerves to start to act properly. So many of our problems are because of the toxins that are coating our nerves, and our nerves are not working properly. This is cinnamon. I just love this stuff. It tastes so good. Anyway, that's what I really highly recommend is, and President Trump thankfully restarted the CBD in our country. But all these things to protect your body against who knows what. I just, I just was talking about yesterday, found out that some of the salad, some of the lettuce now has vaccines in it. Did y'all see my post about that? These people, they're too much. So on that, we need to get from our local produce. not from a big box, just from a local gardener. If you can find that, that's what I would recommend. All your fruits and vegetables from someone local, that organic, without toxins put on it, and without funny business happening to it to have vaccines put in. Salad and lettuce. Can you imagine? All right, so that I want you to see that. I just think that we may see more of these earthquakes. We may very well see more, and it's will become obvious, I think, to people if that's what happens, that's what people are doing. That's what they're controlling it. And he talks at the end about this is, he's blaming. He says these people are trying to take the culpability away from God because it's an act of God. Well, it's not an act of the true and living God. It's an act of this false God. That's the truth, so that they can maintain power. And they can, if someone doesn't do as they're told, this is what happens. And this was a warning. It's a crazy time. It's a crazy time. We're going to get through this. His kingdom come, his will be done on earth. Yeah. And the Lord is not responsible. It is the evildoers. No doubt about it. Did you guys see this? This is Trump virtues. He posted this. TomKlingenstein.com. He posted this about President Trump's virtues. Have you seen this? Tom Klingenstein. I'm going to read it, spell it out. Tom, KLINGENSTEIN.com. How awesome is that? Isn't that cool? So definitely check into that. And there's also thegivingtrump.com. My girlfriend Cynthia told me about this. Look at this. All these things that President Trump has done. He donates meals to hospitals during coronavirus crisis. He donates $100,000 paycheck to Department of Homeland Security. He always did his paycheck. We know that. He didn't keep his paycheck. He donates this paycheck to the alcoholism research. He donated $200,000 in foreign profits in 2018 to the U.S. Treasury. I mean, on and on and on. Just, you've never seen someone give like he does. Yeah, people need to see this. It's called thegivingtrump.com. Thegivingtrump.com. Unbelievable. This is what we're going to at Mar-a-Lago. We're going on this next week. And I'm still going to have videos posting, but and actually when we're there, I'm going to, as much as I possibly can, I've got to follow the rules, but I'm going to have the video out there so I can show you guys all of the Team Melly and us there at Mar-a-Lago, and maybe even a video of President Trump live. Oh my goodness, I'm going to lose control. Y'all know me. It's going to be so fun. But this is from AmericaFirstGala.com. You can read about it if you want to. We got a table long ago, so we can hopefully sit up close and up at the front, and hopefully President Trump will be there. I feel like he will, because this is for veterans who are at risk of suicide. And so this is, I'm sure, very near and dear to his heart. So I'm excited to actually be there and to support our veterans. So that's what we're going to be doing this coming week. Finally, it's here. It seems like it was going to be forever, but it's finally here. All right, so here let's talk real super quick about the solar eclipse. You guys already know about it. That were the two solar eclipses that have happened. One in 2017. The first one in 2017. You see right here, it was in the arm of Leo, the lion of the tribe of Judah. Like, this is the arm of the Lord to destroy the evildoers coming to on this rampage. And this is what's biblically what we're seeing here is right then, as we talked about in 2017, right before, this is what I would say is a month before the sign of the Son of Man, and the month before, which is a month before the 17 posts, this was the solar eclipse. This is the beginning of the arm of the Lord, the line of the tribe of Judah coming to expose these evildoers and to birth this kingdom, right? The kingdom of Christ on earth. So now we have the second one. Now there are other solar eclipses that have happened, but this one is this is an annular. So this is the solar eclipse that's happening on Monday. It is between, if I remember correctly, and I don't have it right in front of me, but I think it starts at 1 o'clock. It goes through 5 o'clock. I think the full eclipse is at 3 p.m. This is Central Standard Time. Okay. So go research it for yourself. Go back and look at my social media and you can see, but yeah, this is the one that I believe the sign is saying this is when the cord that attaches us to Cetus the sea monster, the horrible sea monster, is being burned through. It's being cut so that the cord is cut. So we're no longer attached to the sea monster who's trying to drag us into the depths of the sea, into hell, basically. That's biblically what we're seeing. Each of the constellations has a biblical meaning. We know the lion is the lion of the tribe of Judah. That's very easy. But Pisces is the fish, as the Lord Jesus told us that we should be fishers of men. And that's what we've been doing for the past 2,000 years is bringing people into the kingdom with going fishing for men and for believers. So this is, I love this, that we're no longer going to be attached to these evildoers and under their control. How cool is that? Who loves that? All right. So now, yes, thanks, moderator. Thank you. There was a bad guy. Thank you so much. I love it. Thank you. I love you guys so much. All right. So I'm going to read to you from Joel. As I was saying before, Joel 2 is one of my favorites, but it also has a big chunk of it talking about the signs in the heavens. Okay. I'm going to start at Joel chapter 2, verse 28. Afterward, I will pour out my spirit on all people. He's pouring out his spirit on us. That's why you're awake. That's what he's doing. He's awakening us. He's helping us to piece this together. He's not only just for us to awaken and also to awaken us to fight. A lot of people are awakening and understand what's going on, but they're not chosen to be the fighters, right? And so that's what we are. Thank you so much again for liking and sharing, helping to when you see posts that I put out that you share all that. I appreciate it. And so this is a way that we're able to get the job done together. It's beautiful. Who knew? Who would have imagined? I'm sure the prophets could not have imagined we would have this ability. Your sons and your daughters will prophesy. Your old men will dream dreams. Your young men will see visions. This is true. We have been able to prophesy is another way about teaching, just explaining and understanding prophecy. And I've got to be honest. I never did understand the book of Revelation before. I didn't touch it. I didn't read it. I didn't, I read it, but I didn't really study it because I'm like, I don't get it. And the Lord didn't really guide me to do it until the day where he said, okay, girlfriend, sit down. It's time to know. And so this is the great thing is we're all learning something that we can share, whether it's about the medical, whatever it's about, that we are understanding riddles and mysteries that we've never been able to understand before. Your old men will dream dreams and your young men will see visions. Even on my servants, both men and women. Hello, men and women, a lot of women in this movement. I will pour out my spirit in those days. I will show wonders in the heavens and on the earth, blood and fire and billows of smoke. All right. The sun will be turned into darkness and the moon to blood before the great and dreadful day of the Lord. Dreadful for them. Yes, it's been dreadful that we've had to go through the COVID and all this. It has been, yes, we've had a lot of tribulation, no doubt. But the biggest dread is on them. Did you see James Woods put out that post? Did you guys see that? He posted today that about shifty shift. He posted that what is the penalty for treason? You think that didn't make shifty shift shaking his boots? This is what's happening is these people they realize it's not just judgment on earth, it's eternal judgment. They have been in league with the demons. And we were talking about this today, they can't even repent. Repentance is a gift of God. For if you're walking with the Lord, if you've turned your life to the Lord, that was a gift. That was a gift from him to draw you to himself, to connect with him. It's the biggest blessing there ever could be. It's a huge blessing. Did you hear President Trump say how much fun he had at church and how much he enjoyed church and how much he learned at church when he was a kid? That's a huge blessing. It's the biggest blessing. There's not even a word to describe the blessing, right? So thankful. Who's thankful? Yeah. So thankful that we are. Yeah. And whoever's saying they're not going to vote, yeah, you can not vote, but we are. The rest of us are. We're going to vote every day and twice on Sundays. We're going to vote like our hair's on fire. And anybody who doesn't vote has lost their mind, in my opinion. We're going to vote until we can't even think about voting anymore. All right. So we're gonna get everybody in the world out to vote along with us and vote for Trump. Anyway, so this is what he said would happen. Joel chapter 2, that these signs would happen before the great and dreadful day of the Lord. Everyone who calls on the name of the Lord will be saved. For on Mount Zion and in Jerusalem there will be deliverance, as the Lord has said, even among the survivors whom the Lord calls. That's us. We're the survivors. We're the survivors. And if President Trump said not to vote, I wouldn't vote. If he said to vote, I'm going to vote. I trust him completely, and I'm going to do whatever he says. He gives us marching orders every day, whatever to post on. If you see, I post all of his Trump truths, and I'm going to just keep doing what aye, Captain, every day. It's don't y'all notice that whenever we're there's a narrative, he posts something, even though it's on Truth Social, it just changes the narrative for everyone with just one truth from him. It's amazing. It's amazing. All right. Yeah. So this is where if you want to get the book, any of the books, they're right there for $2.99 on Amazon, and you can learn about how to decode the truth about Revelation. They're $2.99, and you can get the paperback also. So basically, just the cost of the book, and don't forget when you go over to here, you can get the audiobooks here. Sometimes it's easier to hear me read it than aloud than for you to read it and by yourself, just to read it alone. All right. So is there anything else you guys have a question about? We're going to jump out of here. Yeah. I guess that's about everything I had to share with you today. Lots of great things. Don't let anything worry you. Don't let it worry you. I'll probably come on again on Monday because I'm going to be jetting out Tuesday. So anyway, I'll be seeing, I'll be coming on. I'll probably do more just from my phone and maybe not on Rumble. So if you're not following me over on social media, go and make sure that you follow right here on the social media, right here. Okay. All of these, and I'm in the way as usual, right here on all these social media. All right. So mostly Truth, Telegram, Twitter, Getter, and the other ones we just couldn't keep up with as much. But yeah, for those, I think that's it. Y'all ready to pray? Y'all ready? All right, let's pray. Thank you so much, Lord. We praise you and thank you that you are the King of the world, and that you said your kingdom would come. To pray your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. You seeded our thoughts that this is where we're headed for humanity, and we still got so sidetracked. But this is the wonderful truth of your word. Thank you that you're speaking to us. You're helping us to understand what to do and how to protect ourselves, and how to protect our family, and how to what to believe and what not to believe. And they can't even believe it. They're so mad. But thank you, Lord, that you have done that for us. Thank you, Lord. We praise you and thank you. And we were here and ready for you the moment you touched our minds and our hearts to awaken. And just, it's amazing. It's amazing what you have done. And it says in your word that they will be freaking out, saying that they found strength in the Lord their God. Yes, we have. We have found strength in you, that you have helped us to understand and to have courage and to fight back. Lord, I pray for everyone here. Just give them courage and strength like they've never known. Help them to know exactly what you would have each one of them do. Give them joy in the battle, mostly joy just in following you every step of the way. What an honor it is to be in your army. What an amazing, amazing honor. We will know forever that we were in this army and that you chose us. What an honor. Thank you that you brought us all together from literally the four corners of the earth, as it says that the angels would gather your chosen ones from the four corners of the earth. Thank you, Lord, that we're from all over and that we've joined together to fight this battle and to pray and to see what you are doing on this earth. We pray again for our wonderful President Trump. We pray for all these on the front lines. We pray for Mike Lindell, how he's fighting so hard and they've tried so hard to destroy him. And thank you that you've just given him such courage and resilience. It's just amazing. Thank you for him. Thank you for Bannon and how he just works so hard day after day after day to get this truth out. Thank you for Charlie Kirk and for just James O'Keefe, who's so funny and says he will never stop, never stop. Thank you for just all these amazing patriots. And I can't go through listing them all. Thank you for them. And all these who are doing evil, who have joined in league with the dark side, with the demons. We pray that they will not have another moment's peace. We pray that everything they touch will fail. We pray that everything that they do will expose them more and more. We pray that no weapon formed against your people will prosper. We pray that everyone will be completely safe, and everything that they attempt, that the evildoers attempt, will fail. We pray this all in Jesus' name. Amen. I love you guys. I love you so much. Yes, don't forget, go to mypillow.com. I'm telling you, every time I think about Mike Lindell, it just makes me weepy because he has fought so hard. So go to mypillow.com/Melly. He's got $25 specials on. Everybody gets something from him. He's actually got a flash sale on $9.50 for these slippers. Everybody go get some of these white slide sandals. $9.50 while they last. I think the color was different from what he had originally ordered. He says, okay, we'll just do it, and we'll just put them on a special sale. So yeah, all these for $25 offers, and they've got buy one, get one free of the pillows right now. So let's support them as much as we can and just continue to be in prayer for them. And I think that's everything. I love you guys. If just pray for us on our trip. And that everything goes smoothly, and we'll just have an amazing time. And I know that we will. And it's time to go again. But I'll see you next time, right? And I love you guys so much. And I will talk to you later. All right, I'm going to play one more quick thing.
We will make America great again. God bless you. I love you.
Love you.
Oh, women. She was just rambling for a while there. I thought I was bad with rambling. Yeah, I'll tell you, that wasn't nothing. All right, here we go. Let's keep going for now. And I'm actually going to fast forward this through the commercial that I know is impending. And pink. There we go.
Hey friends, welcome back. Thank you so very, very much for click and play. It's Sean from SGT Report. And guys, we're finally back on track with our bi-weekly conversations with my good friends and patriots, Dr. Lee Vliet and attorney Todd Callender. Doc, welcome back. Good to see you.
Thank you so much, Sean. Good to be back with you and Todd.
Yeah, good to have you both. We have so much to digest today. And Todd, thank you for coming on back. And thank you for everything you're doing for me and my family behind the scenes.
It's an honor, and I really mean that. I'm just happy to be here. Thank you very kindly for having me.
Well, God bless you. We've got a lot to process today, guys. Now, you know that they're taking down our infrastructure. They're also destroying the food supply. We're going to get into that with a few clips that Todd sent me. He wants to play these specific clips today, which we will. But let me frame up the conversation first by saying that video I did the other day, we're all essentially Palestinians now, is very true, guys. If we don't stand up for the injustices in the world where we see them, then the injustice is turned around on us, right? We can see examples of that as our government has been infiltrated, I would say, by a Zionist entity hell-bent on destroying all of us. And that was kind of the nature of the conversation on our pre-call, where Dr. Vliet and Todd were talking about an email chain that we're all part of. And essentially, Todd, why don't you break it down? What is that email chain about, and why are people so divided on this particular subject, in your opinion?
Oh, Lord. Why are they divided? Because people are they're stuck in their ways as it relates to religion, and they're not able to see outside of spirituality as being separate from religion. Religion is an indoctrination. It's an identity for people rather than our individual relationships with God. And so you find in this conversation, some people are hardcore kill them all. I'm backing Israel with everything, without understanding, for instance, that Israel is not by itself some monotheistic, homogenous country. It is full of all kinds of people, some who are hell-bent on genocide. The government itself seems to be that. They want to literally pave over Gaza and put a canal there, as I've understood it, amongst other things. And then you've got some Jewish people there that are absolutely lovely. I have several of my count as friends who say, hey, look, kids in this had nothing to do with it. Why are we killing Palestinian kids? Why is that okay? And so it's really strange to see this conversation run out of control. People's emotions are so riveted and deep. And I guess I didn't understand what this identity religion identity was. I don't even know how to describe it. Doctor, you could probably do a better job.
I find it hard to fathom how this group was set up for an open dialogue and freedom of discussion, freedom of speech.
You're talking about the email.
Marketplace of ideas.
Yeah, our email group. It was set up to be a discussion of ideas where we all learn from each other, and people have different views. I don't agree with everything that has been written there, but I'm not attacking people and calling them names because they disagree with something or because I disagree with them. And one of our members was writing his opinion, which I happen to agree with. I don't think, as Christians or Jews or people of rule of law, I don't think any of us should be supporting massive killing of innocent people, whether it's COVID patients in the hospital, whether it's people who were forced to get the COVID shot and are dying, and children who've been vaccinated, or whether it's Palestinian children or Jewish children in Israel or any other place on this planet. I mean, there's a genocide going on against Christians in Africa. There's a genocide against whites in South Africa. And in the United States. I don't support any of that. And I think when our tax dollars are being used to support killing of innocent people, and it was used to kill innocent patients in the hospital during COVID. The government was paying bounties to the hospital to kill patients, murder them. So I'm angry about that. I'm angry about the killing of innocent people, no matter where they are.
Yeah, and we should be. As Christians, it's our duty to speak out against the murder of innocents wherever it happens on this planet. And we as Americans have not done that for far too long. This God-blessed government has gone into country after country after country for decades, slaughtering innocents. Look no further than Iraq. Go ahead, Todd.
This is so important, Sean, and I don't want to belabor the point. It's something I actually made in this chain. And a point that I made is it's always a fake predicate. The Gulf of Tonkin incident that launched Vietnam never happened. Our government just declassified the report. It never happened. It was made up. Weapons of mass destruction going into Iraq is a good example. Colin Powell stood up there in front of God and everybody said, oh, it's weapons of mass destruction. And we killed God knows how many millions of people for that. There's always a pretext, whether it's the United States or other countries. These things were made to happen. In fact, I was on the phone. Actually, it was a video conference with one of my good friends, Jamie, and one of her friends in Israel on October 7th when this is happening. And the reality situation is this was allowed to happen. It was another pretext for war. There's no way one of the most deadly militaries on the planet, the most sophisticated, best trained militaries on the planet, otherwise known as the IDF, Israeli Defense Force. There's no way they left their border unguarded, their cameras off. They disarmed their reservists months in advance of this. There's no way that bad guys were allowed to wander around and kill innocent Jews for 7 hours unless that was planned.
Yeah, and beyond that, though, these are war crimes, and there was just
Yes.
leaked audio. There was just leaked audio coming out from the UK government of somebody high level basically saying these are war crimes. This must stop.
Yes.
And the UK government must stop sending the weapons of war to Israel. Now, they don't want to say that publicly, but it was leaked audio because they know what's going on here. These are literal war crimes. This is a genocide of an entire trapped population. And just as it relates to this email chain we're talking about, guys, the title of it, the subject line is basically, I don't think your letter is very well thought out, in my opinion. And the person who wrote the letter was basically saying this genocide must stop, right? Do I have that right? Because I want to play the proper video to frame this all up from Dr. Shiva Ayadori in just 1 second. And yes, it is profanity laden, but that's because he's fed up, as I'm fed up, as so many people are fed up with this endless war against humanity, not just the people.
Yes.
We're all
Well, and
Palestinians
Sean,
now.
let me bring up something else that our listeners may have forgotten, but I'm older than you and Todd, so I haven't forgotten this. There are 2 presidents in my lifetime that tried to stop this endless cycle of wars: John F. Kennedy and Donald J. Trump. And what has happened to both of them? Kennedy, right before he was assassinated, wanted to get us out of Vietnam, end the Fed, and dismantle the CIA, and he was dead shortly after that.
That's right.
Donald Trump wanted to stop our involvement in the wars, make NATO pay its fair share, end the Fed, and revamp our CIA and national security. Look at what persecution he has endured. Every other president in my lifetime, including Ronald Reagan, whom I admired, and Reagan there was an attempted assassination of him because he was not going along with the deep state agenda. And other than that, every single one of them has been complicit in exactly what Todd just talked about. The wars were pretexts, based on a pretext.
Yep, 100% right. Very important. And look, what I'm about to play, we don't have to play the whole thing. And in fact, Todd or Dr. Vliet, jump in at any point to make me stop it. Otherwise, I'll probably play too much of it. But this is Dr. Shiva Ayadori, who I've had on the show, and he's very bright. And he was on a conference call. I think he holds these publicly twice a week. And somebody asked him, do you not stand with the people of Israel? And here's his response. I think it's quite lucid. Sorry about the profanity, guys, but we're all fed up at this point.
Hi, Dr. Shiva. Do you support Israel's right to exist? What does this have to do with what we're talking about? I've seen you put tweets out there, and if you want to have a talk about Zionism, that's what we should talk about. But you don't want to have that discussion. You're asking the same old biased Zionist question. That question doesn't mean anything. Even the ICG just said Israel is a colonizer of these people. But the bottom line is you cannot conflate Judaism with Zionism, okay? And that's what you're doing. And you don't want to talk about that when many Jews have already addressed that question. The bottom line is Israel is a theocratic nation. It's the only state where it is illegal to have interracial marriages, all right? So let's get it clear. The solution is a secular state that's not based on theocracy, a secular democratic state. And even Jews in Israel want that. But Israel is a Zionist hoodlum state that does not have any regard for neither Jewish people who want democracy or the Palestinian people. So if you don't want to understand this, then there's nothing really to talk about. And look, I have a lot of friends who are Jewish. When it comes to the Zionist question, it's black and white, actually. It's basically, do you want slavery or do you believe in slavery? It's that simple. So you have to get your head out of your ass. And I know you support our campaign. You love the work I do. But on this question, you must cross that line. And you must say that I can be Jewish, but I'm not a fucking Zionist.
All right. Now, he goes on. He's very passionate about this, and he goes on for 2 or 3 minutes, and the rest is profanity laden because he's sick and tired of the hypocrisy. And I think it's a very important clip, Todd.
It is important. The last sentence is, I think, the entire point of this is that Zionism is different from Judaism itself. It's kind of like the Venn diagram, right? Is it true that all Zionists are Jews? I don't know the answer to that. Is it true that all Jews are Zionists? I don't think so, but they're not mutually exclusive at the same time.
100%. By the way, it's Rothschild Zionism. It is the house of Rothschild. That is where the idea, the belief system is from. Zionism is Rothschild. And by the way, Joe Biden has said many times, you don't have to be a Jew to be a Zionist.
Right.
I'm a proud Zionist. That is Biden in his own words. So you're 100% right.
Right. And by the way, this goes back to the Khazarian times. The name stealers, otherwise known as the Khazarians, they hijacked royalty. They hijacked the entire religion of Judaism. And I think that's the problem that we're seeing here, is that you've got a group of horrific sociopathic style people that have convinced the world that they're Jews. And I don't think that they are. I think they're just thugs.
I think so too. And the world is starting to recognize it. And I think the sad fact, and we can move on in just 1 second, but the sad fact is our stinking, rotten criminal government is the only nation on earth that continues to veto a ceasefire in Gaza at the United Nations. Time and time and time again, it's this government that wants to continue this war. And we're all fed up. We're all fed up, but we're all starting to recognize that just about all of the Western governments have been hijacked by, I think, this Zionist entity, guys.
Well, there's a point to that, because when you look at how many people in our government have a second passport, an Israeli passport, you shouldn't be shocked. And I said this before, I'm going to say it again. Look at Alejandro Mayorkas. Number one, didn't bother to take his oath of office. He's an immigrant from Cuba and an Israeli citizen as well as a naturalized U.S. citizen. What does all that mean? He's the guy that welded open the border, literally took the gates to our border in Mexico and had them welded open so they could not be shut again. And this guy couldn't be bothered to do his statutorily required oath of office to say that he supports the United States of America. Do you suppose his second passport has some bearing on that?
Well, it's interesting too, because Victoria Nuland, who warned him, because of the funding that came through, that he would be in for some very big surprises on the battlefield. And then what happened? That concert hall was invaded and more than 100 people were murdered in cold blood. And Victoria Nuland, yes, she's a Jew, but I would say she is a devout Zionist, right? Just Mayorkas. That's why in that video, I titled us, "We Are All Gazans Now." We are all essentially Palestinians now, because these people are waging war against we the people, just like the war is being waged against those people trapped in the open-air prison called Gaza. Okay, so do you believe this, guys? Look at this big, beautiful field of food. Plenty of food for everybody in this nation, everybody around the world. God gave us this bounty, this beautiful earth that can produce high-quality, high-nutrient food to feed everyone. And yet we have people starving all over the world, and now they're shutting off our food supply. You don't believe it, guys? Todd sent me this clip. Listen up.
The government is paying farmers to destroy their crop. And the simple answer to that is yes, they are.
The government is paying farmers to destroy their crops. Todd, I've got a couple of other things queued up too, but your comments, guys.
Yeah, that's right, because we've been receiving communications from people that, holy cow, if we don't destroy our crops, they're getting notices in the mail and sometimes knocks on the door. Hey, farmer, if you don't destroy your crop, we're going to bring Agent Orange and do it for you. We're just going to crop dust it. So your choice is you turn it over the field and maybe you can grow again next year, or we're going to destroy your farm forevermore. And the worst part is they're using satellite imagery to arrive at this. So you got some fence pusher saying, oh, that looks like too much. And that's actually what the government says. We'll let you know when you can start back up again, because we don't want too much food. Those are their words. We don't want too much. And so they're the ones making the decision on whether you starve or do not. How did we get here? Medical martial law.
Well, Todd, look at what's just happened in Texas with the destruction of the cattle, with the fact that the largest egg producer in Texas just slaughtered 2 million chickens. This is this is just absolutely, it's a genocide against people, but it's also a slaughter of innocent living creatures that are God's creation. And how, I mean, the evil of that is really beyond comprehension. 2 million living creatures slaughtered because the government tells the producer to do so. The cattle, I mean, I just am beside myself with being upset over this loss of life, not only for the people whose lives depend upon adequate food, but for the loss of life of the animals. Where the hell is PETA?
Well, you know, we go back to this doctor over and over again. It takes one to say no. Look, the answer is no. You want to go ahead and try and crop dust here? Go ahead. So you can go over to that airport and have a chat with the guy that runs that crop duster and tell him what it is that's happening. And that his family, too, is not going to have any food if he decides to do that job. It takes one, doctor. And you know this to be true because you're one of them.
But it's easier than that, guys. It's so much easier than that. The solution to this is very simple. Kick the feds out.
Yeah.
No more. You have no jurisdiction in our state. You want an example of where that's working and happening? I'll show you. Check this out. Tennessee passes chemtrail bill banning airborne chemical spraying. Tennessee appears to want to protect itself from chemtrails. How about this one? U.S. Tennessee Senate passes bill banning geoengineering. Okay, it's really happening. People are really waking up, and people together in these red states, unfortunately not the blue ones, can take action to kick these criminals out. Because here's what's going on, guys. You want to get the spin from CNBC on why farmers are destroying millions of pounds of food? This should be good. Todd sent me this. Here's CNBC.
5 million pounds of green beans that we have destroyed, 8 million pounds of cabbage that we've destroyed. We have to grind it up back into the ground. That's the only choice we have and hope for a better day.
Paul Allen alone. Farmers across the country are destroying millions of pounds of fresh produce as the coronavirus has majorly disrupted the food supply chain. Initially, exported items like rice, beans, and frozen foods. The panic buying resulted in empty aisles, and some wondered if the U.S. was in danger of a food shortage. That's far from the reality, though, especially when it comes to produce. The United States had a food surplus before the crisis, and we still do. According to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, 30 to 40% of post-harvest food is wasted annually, and the coronavirus is making the situation worse.
Okay, I don't even want to watch it. Todd, what is the takeaway? What's the propaganda here?
Again and again. Well, this is the point. She says it, that even prior to COVID, we had an oversupply of food. And yet you said a minute ago, and you're absolutely right, you got starving people all over this planet. One thing I want to point you to, I think I also sent you a copy of a statute. It's called the National Weather Modification Policy Act of 1976. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen, if you think those chemtrails are contrails, they codified it. This has been in our books, a statute from 1976 where they talk about weather modification for a variety of reasons, including crop production or not. And they hinted this, that we can affect business. The purpose declared, to develop a comprehensive and coordinated national weather modification policy and a weather modification research and development. This has been around for a long time, ladies and gentlemen. They are using those chemtrails. They are using weather modification as a tool to destroy us. If you haven't figured it out yet, your government isn't here to help you. They are here to kill you.
And that's why we're all Gazans now. Go ahead, Doc, but that's why we're all Gazans now. I'm telling you, it's the truth. And if we don't,
you're exactly
those people who will stand up for us, nobody.
It is a genocide against all of us. The depopulation agenda has been going on for 100 years. Henry Kissinger was part of that. Margaret Sanger was part of that. The eugenics movement and all of the events that I can chronicle for about 8 pages since the 1960s have been aimed at impairing our health and damaging the environment. But I want to also comment about the fact that the food shortage and the things that you were just talking about, it's all part of the climate engineering. It's not climate change, the political narrative. It is weather warfare. And for any of you that have not been to geoengineeringwatch.org and looked at the extensive scientific and government documentation of all of this, that's an incredible resource. I've done several programs with Dane Wigginton on weather warfare, chemical ice nucleation, the flash freezers that we've been seeing. And just talking with him just recently this week, he pointed out that this recent flash freeze chemical ice nucleation storm manufactured was designed to damage the crops because everything had been a warmer than usual winter across the US and the blooming had started, and this flash freeze was orchestrated to damage the blooms, which then damages the fruit and food crops.
You know, Todd, one wonders how much more evil must be perpetrated by these traitors before something's done about it. I mean, U.S. Marshals, indictments on a state level, I don't know what. You tell me, how much more are we to put up with before they kill us all?
Yeah, I question that all the time. What is that catalytic event? And I think it goes back to the silent majority, at least as it goes in the United States. Gun ownership comes with a lot of responsibility, and those of us that own them legally take that responsibility very seriously. And we're not going to pop off for no reason. And this is, I think, the point of it. We had in the very beginning, in the case of the military, it was an attack on the military. We helped people recognize it. You were getting fragged, by the way, forcing you to take this shot. It comes to a use of force issue, is what I'm trying to say to you. When people are threatened with their food, their lives, whatever, that is normally enough for people to say, no more. This is it. I think it goes back to this whole point. That farmer sitting right there could have said, no. Over my dead body, are you going to kill my crops, to destroy my farm? And I think that would have gone over well with that silent majority. I think people are at that point, is what I'm trying to say to you. This is do or die now, folks. They didn't get the job done the first time around. We know we're being eradicated. It's either us or them. So what is it going to be?
Guys, apologies for this real quick break. In a word about our sponsor. Heart disease, blood clots, strokes, and kidney failure. This can all be found on the back of your profile. I take these supplements for arthritis and really help researchers like that and your diet. Talking about fatty acids, not just informal these fatty acids, source of wild caught krill. You may be finding krill, which shows support blood pressure, brain health, as well as using inflammation. In fact, it can perform ibuprofen, Advil, and Tylenol. And it doesn't have the dangerous side effects either. For limited time, you can get a patent and krill oil for as low as $25. Just go to native.online/SGT right now. Get your special offer for your heart, the SGT War Obvious. Links below.
It's either us or them. So what is it going to be?
Yeah, because here's the sad realization that I think Americans are coming to. There is no more rule of law in this nation. It's gone. Because if there was rule of law, if it was being obeyed, the law was being obeyed, these people would be immediately brought to justice for what they're doing. But we don't have the rule of law. Let me show you guys an example of that. So the U.S. Department of Injustice should be stepping in to right these wrongs, but they're not. They're a captured entity, just like the FBI, just like the CIA. So this document is from 2006, the role of law enforcement in public health emergencies. Okay, this should be good, Todd.
Yeah. So if you go a couple of pages, page 4, it talks about PERF, the people who created this. It's a national organization of progressive law enforcement chiefs and executives from city, county, and state agency. Collectively, they serve the country's population. The point of which is they came up with this to suspend, to revoke your human rights. So this represents the amalgamation of 4 different activities inside of our government, both state and federal. When a public health emergency is declared, effectively law enforcement, the judiciary, that means the courts, corrections, and public health all become one. So this is why Dr. Vliet and I were trying to get people out of hospitals. You'd call the cops and they'd take away the person who's making the complaint. You'd go to court and file an injunction. The court would toss you out. I'm sorry, your case is not justiciable. This document is why. When there's a public health emergency, all rights are suspended. Your human rights and your constitutional rights. We are in a medical martial law. That's what I'm trying to explain to people, is that there is no law except for what some Zionist, I guess, guy in Israel says there is. I think it actually goes back there. We are under attack. We are all Gazans.
Doc, you tell me if I have this right. If you were a traitor to this nation or in the employ of a different nation and you wanted to take over, like a Weather Underground style takeover of the US government, the no-brainer way to do it would be under a health emergency, right? Because then your plausible deniability is, oh, we're just doing this because we care about everybody in the country's health, right? That's the catch-up mechanism for total tyranny, is a health emergency.
Yes, because it plays to people's most basic fear that I'm going to die. And so it's one of the most profound ways that the government can manipulate us psychologically to control us through fear of loss of life. That's the bottom line. That's how they succeeded in making the entire 300 million people across America capitulate almost immediately under the COVID announcement.
Well, and Todd sent me another video. I played this before. It's from Greg Reese, who does phenomenal work over at
Yes, he does.
Into the show. We've had him on several times. Greg and I go way back. This is a very talented man who tells really important stories between 3 to 6 minutes long, typically. And he's getting the word out. People are waking up because one of the other mechanisms of destruction and control are directed energy weapons, which can be used to whipsaw the public into giving up their rights on a local level, same as we saw in Maui. And because the system is so tyrannical now, even those in Maui who don't want to leave, they want their property. They don't want to sell at any price. They're being kicked out. They're not being indemnified with insurance payments. They've lost their rights because of the totalitarian system of control in Hawaii specifically, and because of directed energy weapons. So let me play this clip from Greg Reese. It's just another system of control by the bad guys.
What the is that? Some are saying that directed energy weapons are being deployed to spark the largest fire in Texas history. And we know that these weapons exist.
This newly released footage shows the Dragonfire laser directed energy weapon system in action, and it could be in the hands of military personnel in 5 years' time. It destroys targets with an intense beam of light and has pinpoint accuracy. It's able to hit something the size of a £1 coin from a kilometer away.
Fires we have seen in recent years, including the fires in Texas, are very different from what we have seen in the past. They often selectively spare the trees while burning the infrastructure into a powdery ash footprint.
I have witnessed and observed some extraordinary damage in our state. Could be caused by hurricanes or tornadoes. And frequently when you see the aftermath of that damage, there's some semblance of a structure that is still there. When you look at the damages that have occurred here, it's just gone, completely gone. Nothing left but ashes on the ground.
Okay, I'll keep playing this, but you guys feel free to comment. This is a system of control, and people are catching on and painting their roofs blue in China. All over the world, people are now starting to paint their roofs blue because evidently these directed energy weapons don't harm things that are blue. It's something to do with the wavelength. Check this out.
After the Maui fires, many people believed that a blue roof was able to deflect these directed energy weapons and spare the home from destruction. And Joe Biden recently alluded to this twice.
If you fly over these areas that are burned to the ground, you'll see in the midst of 20 homes that are just totally destroyed, one home sitting there because they have the right roof on it. And anyway,
Have the right.
notice you fly over the helicopter, those places where big roofs, they didn't burn. It's the right material. Yeah, I got to change the.
All right, I'll pause it there. I'll come back to my guests.
I gotta change that? I missed that. He said, so I gotta change that? We don't want people having good roofs? Is it blue ones?
Yeah, it's so funny. I just have such a naive quality to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. I actually was hoping that what he meant is, so we got to change people's roofs to the ones that are effective at stopping, like blue roofs. But you're right. No, you're right. He's a criminal. But here's my question. So if we have a breakaway civilization, a breakaway government, a treacherous deep state, okay, we're talking deep state that's doing this stuff. Those people do not have indemnity from their crimes against humanity and from their treason. So if and when we, the people, take back our government, there's going to be a lot of people in a lot of trouble, Todd.
Yeah, there's a reckoning, and you're absolutely right. Anything that they thought they had in terms of qualified immunity is gone. I will also tell you this, as we discovered and have talked about, every last person in the cabinet, the current cabinet, either has a defective or non-existent oath of office. Without that oath of office, you're not serving officially, which means you don't enjoy any immunity. So the answer to your question is war crimes eliminates any hope of immunity in the first place. But even for lesser crimes, if you're not serving legally and lawfully, you don't get immunity anyway. There is going to be a reckoning, Sean, and there must be, because this is do or die. Either there's a reckoning and we take our planet back, or we are gone. Our species is over. We are in an extinction level event.
Yeah, so this is the blue line. Maybe that should be the title of this video. This is the blue line, or this is the line in the sand. Okay, either we all get on Team Humanity, as Elon Musk said on Joe Rogan, he's for Team Humanity. All right, I'll take him at his word, even though I think Elon is deep state to the extent that SpaceX certainly gets a lot of funding from the quasi-government. We don't really have a government anymore, but you guys get my drift. But he said on Joe Rogan that he's on Team Humanity. He stands against Klaus Schwab, who's clearly anti-human. Klaus Schwab wants to depopulate. Elon says we should have more people and that the earth can support more people. The whole idea of overpopulation is a canard. I mean, it's a total BS lie. The earth is bountiful. God gave us everything we need. The problem is these Zionists, they want to control all of it. They want all the land, they want all the resources, and they want us on their plantation, probably a CBDC for those of us who survive, in perpetuity forever. That's it. That's their idea of human freedom. A CBDC in a 15-minute city, getting a booster every week, whenever they say, doing what they say, when they say. That is what's coming for humanity, for those of us who survive, if we don't stand up together right now. Right? That's it. That's the line in the sand. Get on Team Humanity or get ready to die or live as a slave. That's it. Because we're all Gazans now, Todd.
Yeah, you said it. You're right. Doctor, you wanted to jump in, didn't you? Oh,
you're muted, Todd.
Sorry, I'm just agreeing with you that we are going to have to stand up against all of this assault. I mean, the three of us have been doing this for ages, not just COVID. All of us have been doing it for a lot longer than that. But what worries me is the degree of apathy that I see, and lack of motivation, and lack of awareness, lack of situational awareness, lack of awareness of we're headed off a cliff at 100 miles an hour. Every day it's escalating. And people are simply not paying attention still.
Oh, and what does it take?
I think part of that goes back to something that I've been preaching about for 3 years. And Todd, I know you've been talking about this too, and so has Sean. And that is, we never had any vaccination in the history of the World Vaccination Program that crossed into the blood-brain barrier, delivering toxic lipid nanoparticles and mRNA and spike protein generation into the brain and central nervous system and spinal cord. And in 2021, when the COVID shots were rolled out, they crossed the blood-brain barrier by design. They crossed the placental barrier by design. That's what the lipid coating on the mRNA does with the lipid nanoparticle coating. And that is damaging the brain, particularly in critical thinking structures, judgment, insight, memory, mood, concentration, attention, all of these. Now, finally, we have a few other people talking about that, but it is inflammation and damage to the brain itself. And I do think that that is part of what is impairing people's ability to reason through what is happening. Part of it is the dumbing down, the drugging up of our culture that has been going on since the 60s. But a lot of it is added to additives in foods, the COVID shot damage, and the fact that people literally are experiencing brain damage from these shots.
Yes.
I see it every day in my practice. Yeah.
And what about those
fast
around them
forward this
that
'cause-
suffer?
Yeah. I fucking hate it. Always got to go to the fucking vaccine conversation. Always got to go to that vaccine conversation. You know what I'm saying? Ridiculous.
We have all been intentionally poisoned.
Quotes, right? So government in quotes, it's not our government. It's a hijacked government. It's a deep state Zionist government, and it's destroying the world. And so what I like to do every single day is check out Zero Hedge, usually multiple times a day, just to get sort of the real news spin on what's going on in the world. So if you guys don't think that there are factions fighting and that the war is real, we're in World War III. The question is, which side is going to win? I think the Zionist entity has some real problems right now because people like Dr. Shiva and Dr. Lee Bleat and Attorney Todd Callender and me and my listeners, everybody's waking up now. So when that Washington Post reporter showed up on my doorstep harassing me on Father's Day 2 years ago at 5 o'clock on a Sunday, one of the questions was that he had for me is, what is Zionism? Tell me about Zionism. Why do you care? Well, in just 2 years, the world has learned really quickly what that is. And it's a tough question. Most people have no idea what that is. But now people are catching on. By the way, Sean Diddy Combs' former bodyguard claims music mogul had tapes of politicians and princes. He had every room bugged, just like Jeffrey Epstein. Wonder what's going to come of that. By the way, Bidenomics is working so well, hundreds of 99-cent stores are being liquidated. So that'll go really well for the people that rely on those stores. And here's what you need to know about Reuters and the AP, both owned by Rothschild. You ready, guys? This is peak idiocracy. Bizarre Reuters article warns climate change is hurting Indonesian trans sex workers. Only Reuters could care if that's true at all, and it's not. It's preposterous. But only Reuters or the AP could put out a headline such as that. Not The Onion, guys. That's a real headline from Reuters.
That's absurd. Oh my God.
Welcome to Upside Down World, Doc.
Well, not only that, every one of these actions that we're seeing unfold on the world stage is designed to mock and humiliate America, our strength, our military strength, our core values, our Judeo-Christian foundation, every single thing. It's not stupidity. It's not clumsiness. It's not the fact that they are just bumbling idiots. They are intentionally using Saul Alinsky's rules for radicals to mock, ridicule, and humiliate anything American on the world stage. Destroy our economy, destroy our food supply, destroy our military, destroy our healthcare system, and do everything to humiliate us while they're doing it.
Sanction Russia. How about that? How's that one working out? Russia's economy is one of the strongest in the world after they got sanctioned. So we're just destroying ourselves. And you've been watching the price of gold. Sean, you watch silver in particular.
I almost mentioned gold today, brother. It's a new all-time high again today. I was going to mention it and I forgot.
What is it?
2,341. It's up 32 bucks or more. What is that? 30, what's that say? 38 bucks today.
It's running. Let us not forget that the IMF, right? That those are the people that loan money to other governments so they can control them and collect interest. That's what your taxes go to. Your taxes don't pay for services; they pay interest on the debt to IMF. They switched their base currency from the SDR, special drawing rights, a basket of currencies, to monetary gold, and they are requiring those member nations who they lent money to repay a quarter of the interest in physical gold. So this is running, and they can't put the genie back in the bottle. this is a true indicator of exactly how bad our economy is.
Yep.
And it's global.
Yep. It's print, print, print all around the world. Japan, China. By the way, China just announced that they're going to print so much money that the world will have to follow suit because the world will have no choice. So if you don't have Bitcoin, if you don't have gold in physical form, if you don't have silver in physical form, you better damn well start stacking right now, friends, because it's coming to your doorstep. Well, I've been saying that. It's already at our doorsteps.
Here.
Most people don't have $500 for an emergency, Todd.
It's in your bedroom. I mean, literally. And you're right. And so why the Chinese are going to do it? They got a 25% hole in their balance sheet from the Evergrande fiasco. And they got to inflate their way out of it. So, and I wanted to say something going back to what it is. What are people waiting for? Sean, I think the answer to that question also is leadership. They're looking for leadership because if everybody pops off at once, you get rid of these people in government, what's left? Is it pandemonium? And let us not forget the owners of this world have a credo. Ordo ab cal, order from chaos. There's nothing they would prefer more than chaos or a nuclear war, whatever it is, so that they can introduce their form of government. That's what this is really about. So we need the leadership, really bright people that can communicate well. And I think Dr. Shiva did a really good job of that just now. I love that.
I sure do too. I do too. Yeah. And I'll leave the link below. If you guys want to hear the whole rant, it gets really juicy. He's a bulldog. A lot like me, I'm a bulldog. You tell me I don't have the right to associate with people from like the wellness company? Guess what? Yeah. I'll get them back on again and again and again to tell the truth because those are the doctors that took the heat for telling their patients the truth about the bioweapon masquerading as a vaccine. Got it? So if you want to talk to a real doctor in the future during the next pandemic, the wellness company has your back because you can actually reach out to good doctors who were fired for telling their patients the truth about the bioweapon, just like Dr. Lee Vliet is willing to do. You want to talk about a person with integrity? You know, I have him on my show every single day. Truthforhealthfoundation.org. Truthforhealth.org is the website. This is Dr. Lee Vliet's website. Doc, tell us about what you got cooking.
Well, we've got a lot going on with the upcoming programs on government cover-ups on multiple fronts. Everything from 9/11 to the climate engineering to actually another program with Jim Houck working with Doc P. Chambers in Texas on what's happening in the asymmetric warfare front and what can you do about it, and all of our emergency preparedness resources, which we urge people to pay attention to: food shortages, medicine shortages. Get prepared. And I agree with your points about looking at getting into the hard assets, because the value of our paper dollar has eroded to the point that there's not going to be much left, but that was the goal. That is part of the goal of the Cloward-Piven strategy, to collapse this country economically, politically, medically, and the social services, food supply, all of it, so that they can usher in the Marxist, communist, totalitarian, whatever totalitarian label you want to put on it. It is control of the few by the elites and control of the many by the few elites. And it is a totalitarian, not a constitutional republic form of government.
That's right.
And I would say we have weaponized federal agencies rather than a true government at this point.
Yeah, it's a strategy. That's the most important word here. The strategy is to destroy us from within. And they're doing a pretty good job of it, except for they're waking up people by the millions, in my opinion. Now, my friend Fire Medic, I just heard a video from him because he does a lot of blood work and analysis of the bioweapons and the chemtrails and all that stuff. And he said that at least where he lives, there's precious few people who are waking up. So maybe I'm just preaching to the choir. I guess as we part ways, what do you think? I think the great
not at all.
Is real all over the world.
It is all over the world. And this is actually something I was thinking about just a minute ago, connected consciousness. I've got friends all over the planet because I work all over the planet. Justina's in the Channel Islands and has been getting all of your shows, all of our word out into Eastern Europe, because that's where she's really from. Even the translations, things like that. I got people down in the Caribbean My friend Dom sailing around and spreading the word on every island up and down the Caribbean. People are desperate. They're hungry for the truth, and you're giving it to them. So God bless you for so doing.
Well, so are you over at Cloud Hub, and I know you got your hands full with so many things. I don't think anybody has as many irons in the fire as Todd Callender. He's even helping me and my family behind the scenes because we're under severe spiritual attack, as I've told you guys in the past. So please do keep our family in your prayers. We very much appreciate all of you. Todd, I'll give you the final word. What do you want to plug? You have so many things going on. I don't even know what to plug for you.
Yeah. Well, listen, ladies and gentlemen, please come to Cloud Hub. We need the support. Come and register. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything. Cloud Hub meets. All of it is designed around your anonymity and your privacy. We don't want to know who you are. We don't care who you are. We just want to give you the platform to do exactly this. You can be your own podcaster. You can have meetings anywhere in the world. It's about anonymity and privacy equaling freedom. That's what we're doing right now. This is freedom, and we got to do a lot of it. Make it infectious.
Amen. All right. I'm so glad we're back on track with our bi-weekly discussions. Our next one will be in 2 more weeks, guys, so stay tuned for that. Our guests have been the one, the only Dr. Lee Leet. Thank you, Doc.
Yay.
Thank you, Sean.
God bless you. And Super Attorney Todd Callender. Thank you, brother.
Such a joy. God bless you both. I'm just honored to be with you. Thank you.
Yeah, back at you. And friends, we're honored to have you. Thank you so much for tuning in. From the bottom of my heart, it means everything to us if you'll spread this far and wide within your sphere of influence on social media, because many of us are throttled or don't get to be on YouTube at all. So thank you for your support. And I'll remind you every single day for free. Check us out for free to get the antidote to corporate propaganda 24/7 at sgtreport.com. May God truly bless you and your beautiful family. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. So that is going to be it for me. I've got to get out and get the pumps running because I've had rain. I'll see you guys again tomorrow about 11 a.m. Remember, God loves you. Jesus loves you. I love you. And we will see you then. Peace.